ago, I was elected to lead, not to read.
Yep.
I even almost wrote Dratini 2022 instead of Dratari.
No, you did. You wrote Dratini.
No, I wrote Dratani, like
yeah, that's what you wrote.
the bastard child of Dratari and Dratini. half elf, half dragon.
Dratari's a tiefling.
Half dragon? Yeah, I was gonna say
half tiefling, half dragon. Whatever.
So
you say tiefling, dragon? I say elf. Whatever.
As long as it's shiny, that's all I care about.
So pink, you don't even know, dude.
Oh no,
tiefling, TIE fighter, it's all the same.
Yeah.
Now, when you say TIE fighter, do you mean Imperial TIE fighter or do you mean Taiwanese fighter?
I figured that we were talking about Star Wars here.
Why stick to Taiwanese? Why not just go to Muay Thai?
There you go. Isn't Muay Thai a Taiwanese martial art, though?
No.
It's not? Where's Muay Thai from? I thought it was Taiwan.
Nope.
Yeah, not even Muay Thai.
I'm trying to remember.
It is definitely
I was gonna say
Taiwanese.
Middle Eastern, but I was thinking Krav Maga.
Yeah, it's definitely Taiwanese, my friend. It is known as Thai boxing.
It's spelled different.
Muaythai.
Oh, it is from Thailand.
Yeah.
All right.
Come at me, my dude.
That's weird. Where is it?
It's
I know
it's a clenching martial arts.
Yeah, I've actually studied a little bit of it. Not anywhere near as much as...
Yeah, what do you mean by clenching?
Grappling.
Clenching, like grappling.
Oh, grappling. Okay.
Have you heard of kegels?
Except grappling, you actually...
I have.
No joke, yes. Agatha. I was thinking the same joke.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same joke.
Except grappling, you tend to keep a hold of the person. Muay Thai, you just grab them long enough to do something.
Like with clenching martial arts, you usually like grab them, strike them a few times, and then release them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
It's not like wrestling grappling where you like try and take them down and put them into like a chokehold or something, but
yeah, because a lot of
it's just controlling their movements, utilizing grappling techniques so that you can get damage off on them.
Yeah, well, there's also there is the whole grab them enough to bring yourself in and like you're doing a prison shank, but there's also the grabbing a hold of them in order to use their body as the fulcrum point for your movement. Like it's the most devastating single move out of Muay Thai is the clinch where you put your hands on their head and then use every muscle in your body to drive your knee into their chest.
Okay.
Muay Thai primarily utilizes elbows and knees for strikes, and then like clinches and grapples to facilitate that.
Interesting. Yeah, just to finish the conversation, I'm familiar with judo. That's about the only thing I'm familiar with. But are we ready?
That's also a clenching martial art.
Oh yeah, I just consider grappling. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Welcome back to my YouTube channel. In this video, we're going to talk about how to play an MMA fighter in D&D. First off, choose the monk class. Secondly, you're going to have to choose the grappler feat. It's really good for and just fade off from there.
I love how like the recordings start and they have no idea how or why we got to the conversations we have, but suddenly we're just talking about random stuff.
Yeah. Well, my favorite part.
They're like, well, this is where we're starting. Good luck, everybody else.
Well, my favorite part is sometimes the tangent actually begins right when the recording starts, and it sounds like it's picking up in the middle of something, and they have no clue how it got there. But the real truth is, just go off on these random things, and we have You went-
And oftentimes it's like, there had been a rambling conversation, and that's fine because I like spinning a lot of plates, got to get them spinning.
Of course.
So I'm like distracted, and then I was like, all right, are we ready to go? And it's like, all right, we're ready to go. And then I have to like get the two different Craigs to join and then hit the record button on OBS. And the amount of time it takes me to do that, another conversation starts up. So the beginning of the episode is like we're talking about fucking Elden Ring or like but anyways,
like-
are we ready to start?
And then on the next episode it starts with, and that's how you make Hello Kitty in D&D.
And now, on to our politics discussion.
But last time we all met, our party with their new companions and the missing Vistani daughter in tow continued delving into the ruined halls of Argynvostholt. After fleeing from a fight with 3 revenants who proved to be beyond their abilities to match in combat, the party decided to continue their exploration of the fallen dragon's mansion instead of fleeing the premises, as it seemed that your attackers did not become your pursuers. You entered a ballroom, the south wall of which crumbled in ruin, revealing the outside. You were swarmed by countless giant spiders. You all fought valiantly, some more heroic than smart, and some more tactical than brave, until finally slaying all the spiders that infested this hall. But one among you fell in battle. And though at this point having an ally drop in battle only to be propped back up by another party member seems to have become somewhat routine, it is the sad fact Dratari had fully dropped, and unfortunately none of her companions yet possessed the power to bring her back from full death. Previously, Manu had already made a deal with the Abbot for services he could provide, such as a true resurrection that could bring Dratari back. Manu sort of made this arrangement with the Abbot without consulting his party during the cliffside walk where the Abbot removed Manu's dark gift and dream pastry addiction. But the Abbot requires Lydia Patrova's wedding dress as payment for any future favors. But that's in your back pocket as a means for bringing Dratari back to life. The party left the ruined mansion, Dratari being carried. You headed to the Vistani camp, claimed a reward for returning Luvash's missing daughter, and through a brief confrontation about the bunk potions, you get yourself a refund for those as well. You find Casimir, the leader of what's left of the Dusk Elves. You rest and regrouped in borrowed space in the Dusk Elf huts. Manu casts Speak with Dead on Dratari to ask some questions you so often don't get a chance to ask until it's too late. With that, however, you all complete your long rests and awake in moderate comfort in the elf hovels after a night of dark dreams of pain and anguish and portents of tragedy yet to come. Muted morning light casts rays in the swirling dust through the grimy windows of the Dusk Elf huts, and the scattered caws of ravens outside bring you all to rise. But the morning is yours. You think you smell breakfast smells wafting from Casimir's cabin, but you also remember the hospitality of the Mardikovs at the Blue Water Inn. And I imagine you might want to get a jump on this dress quest so you don't have to weekend at Dratari's too for too much longer. So, what do we do? And
just
role
a heads
play.
up, guys. Last time I played D&D, I had multiple nat 20s, so you can expect plenty of nat 1s from me to balance it out. Alright?
To be fair, we always expect that out of you.
It's funny because it's true.
So, I mean, yeah, we smell someone making breakfast, but it's not like any of these people have been actually hospitable to us in
Casimir's been pretty nice.
I don't know. They've been fairly hospitable. We saved the chieftain's daughter, right? Okay, well, I saved the chieftain's daughter. You were along for the ride.
Yeah, but we also kind of we were trying to get a lot more than we deserved out of that.
No, you were trying to get a lot more.
What we were trying to get more out of that for was because they had already drifted/shafted us, and we were trying to get recompense for that more so than a reward for the daughter.
And I believe I, to be honest, didn't actually go back and rewatch our last episode, but I'm pretty sure you did get the 300 gold pieces back.
Yeah, they called it part of the reward instead of a refund, because a refund isn't who they are.
Yeah, it's against
and
their
then
culture.
for returning the
refund.
daughter, it was an assortment of gems. I can't remember offhand how much of what, but
It was good stuff, if I remember right. Very useful stuff.
Yeah, because I remember I was mostly concerned about spell components for Manu and I's restorative spells. But, yeah. I think my point, though, was I'm not sure about sticking around or how do I put this? I would rather we take care of our own breakfast rather than try to ask these people for to share in theirs, was my only point of that. And to that end in wit, I think I'll take the DM's hint and rather go up to Vallaki for breakfast at the tavern. At least that's my bit, and all the rest of you are still quiet, so...
I mean, I finished what I have to do. I'm fine with returning to a town with people who will buy services.
I'm not really feeling that hungry at the moment. Thinking that.
Yeah, you're dead.
I've
already bid farewell.
No hot takes from Dratari at this time.
I've already bid farewell to the child, gave her a dagger and all that nonsense. At least, if I remember correctly, I gave her a dagger.
Sounds right.
Been a minute, but yeah. I gave her a tool of violence and encouraged her to use it.
If anyone ever tries to take you again, here, use this.
Yeah. It's dangerous to go alone. Here, take this. You already know. But yeah, I'm happy to return to town. We've got our gems. We've finished our business with these folk. So I'm happy and fine to return to town and stop. And I don't want to impose anymore. And truthfully, he kind of feels like Jack feels like the longer he stays here, the harder it will be to leave the impressionable child he could mold in his own image. And that's
also,
the last thing this world needs.
Somebody is fireman carrying Dratari and getting their shoulder is getting more and more sore while discussion is happening.
I
I'm
think I was
imagining
the
it's
one
like
doing it.
little Jack just kind of dragging her.
Headcanon
By the hair,
accepted.
no less.
Yeah.
I think on the splash page, it's Dratari is slung over the back of Eddie.
Manu.
Eddie being the largest one.
Oh yeah.
But it also makes sense to me that like Tegan and Manu would be making a team effort of it, being the two that have been with her the longest.
Jack doesn't
The
really care.
longest.
I'm gonna level with you. Jack doesn't give a shit. Sorry, Dratari. We just met.
Tegan and Manu are the only ones who've been here, who came here together and have been here since the wolf encounter. Dratari, except for now Jack, who's been with us for not even a full 24 hours yet, Dratari's only been with us for like a couple days.
It's been a very eventful couple of days.
Valid.
I say we just get to work right away. No breakfast, just go straight into town.
Yep. And if we do need breakfast,
Stuntman Eddie needs breakfast. He's skin and bones.
Or just
Ba-dum-bum.
What I want to know is, given how Stuntman Eddie is, whose skin has he stolen to be skin and bones?
No, he still has a little skin. It's
Okay.
definitely like less than half though.
If anybody's going to be stealing skin, it's going to be Manu when he finally snaps and goes crazy and peels Tegan's face off.
When he goes fully for the Archbishop or whatever his name was, I can't remember now.
He's gonna start wearing townspeople's faces. Look, I'm a townsperson.
get that away.
Yep, to the north east-ish sort of direction.
Wandering through the kind of winding trails that are in and out of the Svalich wood between the walls of Vallaki and the Vistani camp where you're at. It takes a little bit. I feel like early on, Manu, I believe, made a series of really good survival checks, so I think you could lead the way and nobody gets lost going through the woods. You can see from kind of the tree line, looking out, the walls of Vallaki. Anybody can make a perception check. Goes without saying, Dratari is not anybody in this situation.
Anyone living may make a perception check.
Would I?
Perception checks for the hell of it. It won't count for
I got a 14 total. Now,
13.
do you want me doing my rolling in app, or can I do it in person?
If you have real dice and you're used to just doing that and adding the math, that's fine.
Okay.
If you're rolling digital dice, I have a preference that you do it in tabletop versus D&D Beyond. But honestly, like, if that's a pain in the ass, just do it wherever is easiest for you to do it.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you had
That
a need
goes
to
for
see
everyone.
what we rolled or not, but I was fine either way. I do it in person with these things.
You might.
Yeah, my girlfriend got me. They're pretty dice.
I am a little bit of a dice goblin.
I
Your
I
ears
felt that
do
I
not
felt
help
that
you in
about
this
you, but
perception check,
you know.
if that was the question you were going to ask, Brooke.
What?
Your ears do not give you advantage in this perception check, if that's what you were going
Okay.
to ask.
Yes, that was. So, 14 for me.
And a 13 for me. I'll be right back.
Scout,
I
did
had
you
a
make a roll? 14 from you? Did you roll for Eddie, Scout?
Oh, no, sorry, what are we rolling for?
Perception.
Okay. Yeah, that's a 9.
Okay. You all see the nearby gate, and slowly rising black smoke can be seen curling over the town's walls, hinting that areas within are still smoldering, though perhaps not still ablaze.
Damn, it's been a few days.
Nobody made a 15 or higher, right? I think 14 was the highest.
I'm not 100% sure on what Jack Jr. gets. He has a passive perception of 16.
So then plus 6.
So yeah, Jack Jr., I think, points out to you in his inscrutable language of metal screeching against metal that to the east, you could also see a section of the town walls have been burnt to cinders, leaving a sizable gap exposed.
Well, that's
So
very
directly
not good
ahead
in
of
these
you,
lands.
That
directly
bodes
ahead of
well.
you is one of the gates that you could enter in. There are gate guards standing watch. If you skirt to the east a little bit, there's a good section of the wall that surrounds the town that's just burnt down. It's just like a gap in the fence, basically. And into there, it's kind of like hazy, low to the ground, horror movie smoke machine effects of just like the area is kind of obscured.
Hmm.
I mean, I'll relay what my better half sees. As far as the Vallaki is concerned. Like the giant skull and crossbone you gave Dratari. That's nice.
That's just what happens when you manage conditions and add the dead condition. And once again, this move everyone to scene button has not worked on.
I moved.
If it works, it's great, but
Well, it hasn't worked on the public
Worked
view,
for me.
which is what I needed it to. Let's go into this options. Yeah, that one. Okay. So yeah, you see more or less a road going directly ahead of you, leading to one of the gates going in. It's been pointed out that skirting around to the east, there might be a more surreptitious way of entering.
Well,
We are
question
so tiny, and I remember when I had to run across the whole map.
Mhm.
So, question is, do we care about being surreptitious? Only two of us are. Two of us are
They don't know
known
me.
in this. Two of us are known in this town, but there's no.
Actually, they probably would know Stuntman Eddie because I am known far and wide throughout the land for my incredible stunts of daring and achievement. So they probably will flock all over me.
I don't remember if Manu has a means to disguise.
Yeah, should yeah. Because
Masquerade tattoo.
the tattoo is constant use of disguise self.
From Manu?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they're
Tegan will regard.
surely going to recognize me.
Well, Tegan will regard Manu and say, given what happened in the basement after the skeletons, maybe it would be better if you and I were not seen as ourselves for the brief duration that we travel through this town. And with that, Tegan herself cast Disguise Self.
Yeah. That makes sense. Because also, like, we're not, we might come back here and do stuff and, like, figure it out, but we don't have to right now, so we'll do it once we have the full party back.
Yeah, and my concern is that while, how do I put this? We somewhat sort of helped her displace the old burgomaster, sure.
Mhm.
But just because people helped you in the past doesn't necessarily mean you want them around now when they helped you get rid of the person in power and now the person in power is you. That might give you some pause for concern, especially if you know that they were fucking around with the cultists you had in your basement.
No, you don't want to be a loose end.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to be a loose end.
But yeah, so Tegan cast Disguise Self. I don't have a particular thought in mind as to what I look like. Definitely not a Vistani, but at the same time, I don't necessarily want to look like a local either, given that I'm obviously traveling with people who aren't locals.
I resemble that remark. How dare you?
Well, to be fair, Stuntman Eddie could almost pass for someone from Merle at this point.
If any of them have been to a Home Depot, they know about the 8-foot tall skeleton. So.
The 8-foot tall
I return.
The Halloween decorations.
Yeah. We are here. We need to get dressed. That's actually all we're here for. We can check in on the Mardikovs if someone wants, but honestly, I'd rather just focus on doing the steps to get Dratari back, so...
Yeah, the Mardikovs are fine. I gave them money.
And y'all did the quest to get wine flown back to the Blue Water Inn.
That too.
You also don't, because of object permanence, you don't know if the Blue Water Inn is burned down or not. Somebody might have done a message to talk. My memory is trash. You might have learned otherwise.
I don't
Yeah.
think we have yet.
If I recall, while we were at the Mordakov residence, at the Wizard of Wines, Manu sent a sending just to tell them that delivery was on the way, but I don't remember any information being truly exchanged at that point. So ideally, like if wine was being sent to somewhere that had been burnt down, I'd like to think they would have used the reply function to let us know that, but
Return to sender.
Anywho. The most roguish person amongst our current group is Jack, but Jack doesn't know where the house or the dress within the house would be.
Right. I do have a +2 to stealth. With disadvantage.
Why disadvantage?
Armor.
Well, I mean, what do we gotta sneak into town for? We should be able to walk into town.
I just don't want you and I to be seen as ourselves because the new person in charge. We were in her basement for not necessarily any real reason, and we found and messed with her cultists, albeit not entirely. Like, that wasn't what we were there to do, but that's definitely what happened.
Well, she can get bent because, I mean, the house is basically right there.
People tend to get upset when you find basements in your skeletons.
Yeah.
That works. You know what I
Basements in
meant.
your skeleton?
That's a traditional Barovian saying.
And my
Yeah,
thought
no, there's no need to
In Barovia,
Don't correct that phrase.
basements go in your skeletons.
and my thought is burning a first level slot for an hour of disguise self is no skin off my nose. And I
think Manu could do it for an hour with the tattoo.
Yeah. So I'm not too worried about that. I was just thinking, as far as actually going into the house and rooting around, we don't necessarily know who is or isn't still living there, or living there now, or if it's even still standing. I was just
There
trying
is
to...
also Weekend at Dratari, and Dratari was with the two of you. So Dratari is a third recognizable face in association with that.
What you mean to say is Dratari's corpse is a third recognizable face.
I mean, you
Sorry.
can
So, you could probably go up to the gate
Just find a wall.
and Tegan and Manu using disguise self to change how they look, and somehow otherwise hiding or disguising Dratari or something. I'd say the few of you could probably get into the town without the town being alerted. Oh, it's these people entering the town. You'll have to figure that out. There's also the previously mentioned gap in the fence.
Yeah,
Jack seems notably less than concerned about them saying, "Oh, it's this person."
Yeah. I mean, covering up Dratari's body in order to make it not obvious that what Stuntman Eddie is carrying is a body would seem a good idea, and just in general
Stuntman
anyway.
Eddie is a body.
There's that.
I mean, to be fair, we're all
He
bodies.
has that big cloak and just make him look like a hunchback.
But
yeah, I can hide them in the Neptune cloak.
Oh. So yeah, my main point is the people that were here before and took part in all that crap shouldn't necessarily be recognizable as ourselves, just in case the person in charge regards us as a loose end, or other people bear us any kind of resentment of any kind. I'm just hedging bets. Anyway, let's go to the house.
Yeah, because if we ran away from there, then there's a good, that's why we ran away. That's good enough reason.
So is it Tegan and Manu disguising and Dratari getting stuffed in Eddie's Neptune cloak and walking up to the gate and confronting the guard?
I'm not gonna disguise stuff. This is my town. I am the priest of the Church of Saint Andrew.
So as you were all walking, Eddie has, carefully stuffed Dratari's limp form kind of like under his cloak to kind of make him look more like a hunchbacked individual. Tegan has burned a spell slot to disguise self. And Eddie and Jack are walking like, they have no reason to have a second glance. And Manu is just like kind of walking forward. I think Tegan's looking over like, we had a whole discussion. You could have said something before I cast. You burned my spell slot.
It's mostly just a disagreement, and if anything, I'm actually looking over with a, well, fine, I guess we'll see how this goes kind of deal. Tegan, given her experiences thus far in Barovia, is a very, very resigned person at this point, given there's just so much more here than what she signed up for as it is.
Confrontation oftentimes just makes the problem louder. So yeah, y'all walk up to the gate. Two gruff, long spear-carrying guards members look over you all kind of like a motley crew. Tegan, what do you look like?
The first thought that Tegan actually has of something to look like is someone is to be basically looking like one of her classmates that didn't come here. And so, in all honesty, she probably looks like Bequest.
Okay, you got your purple tiefling thing going on. Yeah, the guards look over all of you. Definitely eyes narrowed when they land on Manu. There's one whispers to another. The other goes to the gate and says something through the gate. And then they come back. I am going
to try everything I can to use the bat ear thing in order to try to get
context.
Any...
Please, sir, one crumb of context. Yeah. So yeah, you basically, one guard recognizes Manu, says something to the extent of, "That's one of them." The other goes to the gate and says, "Go get Ernst." And then while that guard is coming back, the other guard is like, "State who you are. State your business in Vallaki."
My
Running
name
an
is
errand.
Jacques. I've come to have some breakfast and rest on my travels.
And mostly just passing through on a bit of an errand for the Archbishop of I out of character have forgotten the name of the church in
St. Markovia?
No, in here it's the Church of Saint Andrew.
well, not in this town.
Oh, do you mean in
the
Kresk?
name of the Abbey of Crust?
St.
What
Markovia.
Yeah, that one's Saint Markovia.
The abbot of the Church of Saint Markovia. We keep calling him Archbishop. He's the abbot. Hey, abbot.
A few moments later, the gate creaks open, and you see kind of a sleek-dressed, high-collared, black, kind of like felted wool, almost like a pea coat, but more tailored and fitted. Walks directly up to you, Manu. Says, "Lady Wachter, been wondering when he might return. Make a God, my ability checks are so bad. What would you say? Is
Insight?
it wisdom or intelligence to do I recognize this voice? Is that wisdom?
I'd probably do intelligence.
Make an intelligence roll, Manu.
A 17.
That is the same voice that left you the note slipped under the door at the Blue Water Inn. That was the original invitation to dinner to Lady Wachter. Or was it? No. You invited yourself to dinner. That was the letter from Lady Wachter saying, "The time is soon, tensions are high, get your shit ready because there's about to be a coup," kind of thing. That is the voice of the person who knocked on your door at the inn and slipped that note under the door when you refused to answer. Anyways, the Lady Wachter would like to see you directly.
Well, I mean,
your friends here.
Can I do a perception check to see if I notice Tegan rolling her eyes at Manu being caught out immediately?
Yeah.
The
and Tegan, are you rolling your eyes?
reason that it's not obvious is because I don't want this other person to see me doing it.
Okay, then I'll say it versus a deception check.
I rolled a 19. So
Deception check in lieu of a sleight of eyebrows.
Sleight of eyebrows.
Make a sleight of eyebrows check.
Come on.
My deception was 13.
What was your perception?
19,
19
so
plus
Eddie
2.
Yeah,
definitely saw.
you catch it. Yeah, you catch it. That was a 360 no scope. The deadliest of eye rolls.
I am I am here on business for the Abbot of Saint Markovia in Kresk, and these people are They're kind of like acolytes.
We're assorted other travelers that have also decided to be aiding the abbot in return for in exchange of services.
Well, here's me wondering. The math doesn't quite add up. There's one among you I recognize. I don't know who the fuck the rest of you are.
I'm gonna be honest. It's
There
been
five. I'm
It's
expecting
a
send
fan.
Lady Wachter.
To be fair,
I ask again, who are your little friends here? And do they
I have
deserve to be
introduced
given an
myself already.
audience to
I
Lady
am
Wachter?
hold on.
Chuck, a
Can we all
traveler.
just let Agatha talk for a moment? Because I can't hear what he's saying. The NPC is saying.
So I'm just asking, your little friends here, are they also people of interest that should also be given an audience in front of Lady Wachter while she has her words with you, my green friend?
Can I do an insight check to basically confirm my concerns and fears, or else alleviate my concerns and fears?
The concerns and fears being
that this is a meeting with Lady Wachter that will end up in violence and betrayal.
Yeah, make a insight check.
17.
He's a little inscrutable. You get the sense that this is a person of significant executive ability to get shit done, who is in the employ of somebody who is powerful, and sometimes a little fucking scary, but in his line of work, he's also seen things that are just mundane meetings. There is an importance to how he's squinting his eyes at all of you. He is trying to discern, is he looking at everyone that Lady Wachter wants to talk to, or is he looking at one person Lady Wachter wants to talk to and a bunch of randos that he picked up along the road?
Tegan will
as far as determining, like, is this person leading us to danger meeting? You can't really suss that out.
Tegan will look at the rest of her companions as kind of this indifference to this question. Like, okay, whatever.
So, you just tagging along with your tortoise friend? You people that Lady Wachter wants to talk to as well?
Oh, is she a fan too? Yeah, I always have time to meet my fans. Count me in.
Can't say I know who the fuck you are, but you look mighty freaky.
As I've said before, I am a merchant. I wish to rest and have breakfast. And if your lady wishes to buy or sample some of my wares, then I would be more than happy to meet with her. As far as association with the turtle, we met along the way.
Make a group deception check. Say the DC is 15 and half of you need to succeed.
Well, I rolled a 15 on die. That bodes well.
13. So I'm a fail.
Thank
You said-
God that I have a +0 deception. So I've got 15 exactly, my friend.
Oh.
I'm going to go ahead and
I
burn
can-
my inspiration.
Yeah, I can actually
And
use
that didn't
knowledge
help.
from a past life. So I'm gonna roll a d6 to add to my 13 and 17. So I'll pass.
It's 2
Sometimes
successes,
it pays to be dead.
and I didn't hear a third number. But
I got a 2.
okay, tight.
So exactly
All right,
half.
You three,
Do
you
need
go
me
about
to
your
roll as
business.
well?
This one's coming with me. And he motions to the guards to let the gates open and allow you to pass. Ernst is walking closely in step with Manu.
But can the rest of us... the not Tegan Tiefling will address the person who's walking with Manu and basically says, so you're escorting him directly to this person that wants to meet with him. Are the rest of us clear to go to the tavern? And turns to Manu, and you said that's just right along this road, correct?
Like I said, this one's coming with me to see the lady of the town. The rest of you, I don't know who the fuck you are. Keep your heads down. Don't get into trouble.
And we can go
Like,
to
we
the
won't have to be
tavern.
concerned with you. Yeah, the Blue Water Inn's just there to the north.
That sounds wonderful, and I remind you, turtle soup is delicious.
With kind of a malevolent grin and a side eye at Manu, who's excited, sort of goose-stepping towards an ominous meeting, who says, keep that in mind.
I think I could take him by myself.
Good luck, dude. I'm gonna be living the life having some breakfast over at the inn.
All right, I'll follow him without any trouble.
And I will too, up until the point where we would be going into getting near the inn, like when it's in sight. And I'm going to as Soto voice as I can, whisper to Stuntman Eddie, would you be willing to come along with me to pursue them from hiding, just to make sure that nothing bad happens?
And Stuntman Eddie whispers back, "Yeehaw." That's a yes.
Glad to hear it. And then right when we would be opening the door, I will open the door to let the Jacks in, and then cast invisibility from a 3rd level spell slot on both Stuntman Eddie and myself. And instead of actually going into the room, we're going to make it look like we went in, when in actuality we just out the hell right disappear.
Okay, so the two of you are...
I just rolled perceptions, by the way. We don't notice that you leave at all.
I mean, the person who opened the door and held it for you vanished in front of you.
Yeah,
I don't think it was
that's what a 4 gets you. All right.
fair.
Let's be honest here. My high
Link.
roll was a 4 between the two of us.
Link.
So, and So yeah, Stuntman Eddie and
6 technically,
Tegan
but
are invisible and will be trying to invisibly follow behind Manu and his escort.
You gotta. You're doing that in the front door of the inn.
Yeah.
Okay. You do have to break line of sight.
Anyone in the inn
do
probably saw me do it, but anyone outside of the inn would not have.
You do have to break line of sight because there's kind of a break in crossroads there where Manu and Mr. Larnock would be turning right and the rest of you would be turning left to go up to the main road where the inn is. So Tegan and Eddie would be hustling back to get towards the front.
I thought, okay, on the map, I'm going to click. There it is. I thought that was her house, and this was the inn, and we would be coming from this way, and thus have to go past the inn, and then take.
Okay, so there's the confusion. Yes, this is the inn. I can't. There we go. That's the inn, and this is the burgomaster's house.
Right, that's the burgomaster's house, but I thought he was taking her...
Which is where Manu is being led towards for a meeting with Lady Wachter.
Okay, she must have moved in. I figured she might.
Moving up, moving in.
So then, yeah, I would have done that I would have done it at a point wherein I could duck briefly out of sight.
Like just when you're turning around the corner?
Yeah.
Like as soon as you're breaking eyesight? Okay, cool. Yeah, you double back around, you hustle a little bit, and you see, Manu being led into the front door, which is also guarded by 2 guards that don't look like the general... like kind of the regalia that the city guards wear. They look a little bit more like Wachter's cultists, but they are, carrying the similar, long spears and standing guard flanking the front door. And you invisibly see Manu being led in.
Okay. Going to get up to the house as much as possible and just doing everything I can in order to try and follow him through the house from the outside or looking for ways to get into the house quickly if needed. If I would imagine inside the house he's going to be going into the dining room that was to the southeast. Because we raided a lot.
So you're trying to get right up on the heels of them and slip in behind them before the door is shut?
I mean, that would be in an ideal world, but Tegan isn't going to... How do I put this? Behind the scenes, Tegan is constantly battling her massive inferiority complexes, and she's not going to think she can do that.
Okay.
So she's going to try to follow from the outside as he's led in, while looking at the windows and whatnot for ways to get in to help him if that becomes necessary, and also looking at windows and whatnot for ways in case, or she's looking to eavesdrop and be able to break in if needed.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were trying to hoof it over there so you could basically have your toes on Manu's heels to slip in the door at the same time before it closed. But you're just trying to scramble in and then peek in through what windows you're able to kind of try to track where Manu is led to through the house.
And, well, thankfully, with my ears giving me tremor sense, following Manu's turtle giant footsteps shouldn't be too difficult for Tegan, even from the outside, as long as she can stay within 30 feet. And, stealthing along and around doesn't require anywhere near as much peeking through windows and whatnot, both because of that tremor sense that you gave me, and because Stuntman Eddie and I are invisible. So...
Okay, yeah. Make a perception check with advantage because of your tremor sense.
Where is my token so I can click it to bring up my skills?
It should still be in those crossroads there, sorry.
Yeah, I already
I feel like if a battle is not happening, I kind of use the map as a hybrid between theater of the mind and my object permanence sucks, so I want to be able to see like where things are in relationship to each other. But it just slows things down to a slog if I bother to put all the NPCs and tokens and shit everywhere where it needs to go.
And having some kind of map or something there definitely helps with the object permanence and aphantasia issues that are not as uncommon as people think. Anyway, the higher of the two was a 20 total.
Okay. He is led directly in... I did this a little bit wrong. That's what the ground floor is. You're not able to see through windows, but with your ears, you could surmise that going through this front entry and turning right and going up to the stairs to the second floor. And then walking around, you kind of skirt to the south and then flank west along the south wall. And he is taken kind of through the hall on the south end of the wall, and then walked through the central hall, and you hear a door open and close. And through that many walls, the voices you're hearing, it's not crystal clear like words.
And one more question.
Lady Wachter's voice.
And one more question as a, well, actually I'll have two more questions as a from the outside person before you move to Manu on the inside. The first one is, well, I'll just hybridize them. Ways to get up and in. Bearing in mind, there's two different versions of in. One is the stealthier way to get in, like actually opening a window and whatnot like that. Bearing in mind that thaumaturgy can open an unlocked window, mage hand can be cast to the other side of a window to unlock it. So any window that can be moved, I can actually manipulate. Well, no, I can't, because invisibility breaks as soon as I cast another spell. But I'll still be looking for... stealthy ingress methods, as well as, okay, this is just a pane of glass in the wall, but it's nothing that Shatter can't deal with. Or Stuntman Eddie's sword.
There are 4 windows on the south wall of the second floor. Would you might would we be able to open them? I'd probably ask for acrobatics check to scale the wall up to them.
Andy loves acrobatics.
And then perhaps a strength check to open them. But you can certainly try, as has been said before.
And this meeting room, is it on the second floor or third floor, did you say?
The second floor. The third floor is the attic, where you had the encounter with the son of Arius, Victor.
Okay. Shenanigans time. Stuntman Eddie is hella strong and hella athletic, but is also
Yep.
hella tall.
Mm-hmm.
So can I have Stuntman Eddie help prop me up? I look in the window, or try to look in the window to see if there's anyone else around and about that would see me if I snuck in. And then
You can do that.
if that all works, then I'll use cantrips to open the window and break the invisibility on me while still maintaining the concentration invisibility on Stuntman Eddie.
Fuck yes, you can. Eddie, how tall are you technically?
So if I had still been alive, I would have 10-foot reach as a bugbear feat, but since I am dead, I don't get that, and I am a puny 8 foot 2 inches. Absolutely
You're basically
microscopic.
Yeah.
So I'll say,
I'd say as a
the
3
two
foot
of
tall
you
goblin.
giving each other the help actions. Either Eddie with advantage make a strength check, or Tegan with advantage make athletics check.
If I can do an athletics check instead of strength, I have +6.
Twist my arm, sure.
Sweet. Then,
I will
you're-
actually give Bardic Inspiration to this check as well.
Okay, sweet. That's D4 or is that
too.
D? We're
You
pretty
aren't
much
even
guaranteed
there.
this now,
We completely
because
aren't even
on top of those, even if I still roll really bad, I can still knowledge from a plus life for D6 and lucky this. So this is happening. Which dice is Bardic Inspiration?
D6 right now still.
Okay. $14 plus 6 plus 4 plus 6. So what's that? 30?
30.
30. So there are.
Barely.
I don't think I need to
There
lucky
are
this.
creatures that are native to the ethereal plane, that are more or less innocuous. They could just see into the material plane, and see anything invisible that's going on. Nobody sees but these creatures this competition, highest level of competition style, acrobatic, gymnastic, cheerleading routine. Tegan just gets grabbed by the waist by Stuntman Eddie and just gracefully thrown, and at the moment of you're going up, you're reaching the crux where you're at 0G and you're just starting down, Eddie's arms just lock into place and grab her heels, and your face, Tegan, is exactly tall enough for your eyeballs to be looking in through the window. Make a perception check if you want to scope out what's going on in there. That was really tight. I want to give both y'all inspiration for that.
Yay.
I keep saying it. Stuntman Andy's a professional. He's the real deal.
And not a single person.
He's a professional ballerina. Is that what you're saying?
He started honing his craft at a young age. 14 years of tap, 12 of jazz.
I immediately burned the inspiration you just gave me in order to re-roll that and get a 15.
Those 4 years of UI UC cheerleader training are paying off hardcore, Eddie, my dude.
All of the best, most athletic people also take ballet and stuff like that in order to help them. What's his name from Roadhouse?
Patrick
He did.
Swayze.
Patrick Swayze. Patrick Swayze did a lot of ballet and
Yes,
other
he
stuff like
did.
that in order to help him stay limber and keep his muscle definition in the correct balance. So, I mean, if Stuntman Eddie was doing ballet, more power to him in very literal
100%.
terms.
Yeah, Tegan, as you, with that 15, look in through the window, you do see kind of like what angles of this hallway that you can see look basically the same as when you had previously kind of scouted through here. You do see Ernst Larnack kind of walking away from this hall to the west and starts heading down the stairs. You do not see any other individuals in kind of this upward facing E shape of hallways.
All right. Does this window open?
Go ahead and try it.
I'm not asking if I can open it. I'm just asking kind of, is it a single pane or is it designed to be openable?
It's one of those like split down the middle and it can open outwards.
I try to use thaumaturgy, and at this point in time, my invisibility breaks. Thaumaturgy instantly cause an unlocked door or window to fly open or slam shut.
Okay. Make either like a sleight of hand check or something to see if you could like minimize how cacophonous of a noise that would make.
Am I trying to do this by catching it with my hands, or is this something I could make with an arcana?
I mean, if you have another idea besides like manually grabbing it, what do you have in mind?
I don't. So, sleight of hand. That's a natural 2.
You cast thaumaturgy on the window in front of you. It kind of like bonks your forehead as it opens, making kind of like a noise, which it still just like plows through. Luckily, your face absorbed enough of the outward force to stop it from also slamming on the walls outside. But it was not quiet. Make, let's say, a stealth check.
Stealth is 13. Yeah, I'm just going to be using my tremor sense there.
I rolled a natural 6 for Ernst Larnack to notice that noise, and I rolled a natural 2 for Lady Wachter to notice that noise. So with your bat ears, you're kind of like holding your breath, like, is there any noises like in response to that loud noise I just made? Like a few seconds pass and you, okay, I think we have this window open and nobody noticed.
Perfect. I am going to go go in the window, help Eddie up with like a rope or staff or something to climb.
Just hoist
I'm
Eddie.
I'm basically just trying to provide Eddie the help action because Eddie doesn't really need or honestly get much from Tegan's help. Strength 6 versus strength 10 trillion, and strength 6 versus Eddie's weight. But nevertheless, Tegan tries to get the both of us in, and then actually will re-up. I'm spending so many spell slots on stupid shit, but we'll actually recast invisibility on the both of us. So we are now
Okay. You two
inside.
are in the hallway, fucking invisible.
Sweet.
You're pretty sure nobody heard you.
And we are just going to completely try to eavesdrop as much as we can on the meeting between Manu and the Lady Wachter. And be as ready as we can to intervene if she tries pulling any kind of shit.
Okay, let's switch to
Fully muting
Manu.
myself now.
Manu, this kind of James Bond as played by Jason Statham-esque individual leads you to this room that I think you had been inside before when you had previously scouted this house. I think either when Irina was missing and kidnapped, or there is no fog of war on this house's map because the party had previously gone into every single room, including the toilet that's over here. But you walk into this room that looks familiar as Vargas Vlakovich's, office space, kind of surrounded by library shelves, lots of, thick books, but also areas of the shelves are set up kind of like trophy and curio cabinet, kind of directly above where she would be sitting on the chair if you're on the other side of the desk looking at her, kind of behind her, above her head, is the gross, disfigured, extra large, severed arm of Isaac Strozny, kind of just propped up there like a musket above the mantelpiece. And she says, "Oh, Manu." And she kind of folds her hands. It's like, "I had hoped to talk to all of your friends. Where are they now?"
I mean, honestly, it's been a bit of a revolving door. I don't even remember which friends I had at the time.
Well, there was another green one, an orc, I believe. A young woman who was good with the instruments. You were traveling with a local girl, Irina Kolyana, and you had a strange, somewhat dopish tiefling who I had not had dined with me, but you seem to be tagging along with during the events that transpired that led to my ascension. These individuals, why are they not?
Let's see. To the best of my recollection, in order, uh, gone, I don't know, and dead.
Perhaps it was unwise of you all to have left so hastily when the work of revolution is really just beginning. We've only recently put out the fires, and the lower fifth of our town is still smoldering. But we managed to save most of the important infrastructure. I still reside at my family's Wachter house, but I have taken the burgomaster's mansion as sort of a state house for affairs. And this office I find much more representational of my status and my duties.
Sorry for the question, and this is kind of out of character, but how many days has it been since? Well,
It's been like 5.
Really? Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, and I think it was you I had roll a D4 or a D something to determine how many days that the town will stay on fire. Like, I think I had you roll 2 dice, like a percentile for how much of the town is consumed, and then how many days until the fires are put out. And I think it was like 1/5 of the town consumed for 4 days. And this is like day 6 since that started.
Wow. Okay. Sorry?
Sorry.
Ghost Chitari says sorry in her own mind. I'm going to make that canon.
So, you left so hastily. I did not have a chance to thank you for your services, nor did I have a chance to press you into further assistance in rebuilding my town. May I ask what brings you back?
Oh, I'm running an errand for the Abbot of Saint Markovia.
She doesn't say anything, but she raises an eyebrow like, the fuck?
Yeah, I actually did need to come here because if I remember right, I need the old burgomaster's wife's wedding dress.
She has a bit of a sad look on her face, and she says, "Ah, Lydia. Well, to my knowledge, that dress is still here. Lydia's not. She's taken residence at the former church. It was, see, her brother was the former priest there, and she found it reassuring to reside at his last residence, but many of our things are still here. The powder room, where it is usually kept, is just behind this room. I am most incredibly grateful for the assistance that you provided in taking Mr. Izek Strozny off the table, and I would be most happy to offer reward to your whole party for these services. However, Lydia is, despite her husband's many shortcomings, is the most polite way I can say this. I still deeply care for her. It is not my place to reward her items. This is something you will have to take up with her. I do not know that she is in a state to receive visitors at all, let alone visitors that are asking her to give up vestiges of her former life. So do walk on eggshells there. If she is willing to part with it, I will compensate whatever price she requires, but unfortunately this item is not mine to give.
Okay, I'll have to deal with her later. I have to kick her out of my church.
Pause real quick because Tegan did exactly hear. That dress is in the other room over there.
I will deal with that at the end of the conversation.
Okay, but yeah, continue, Manu.
So, so what else would you want of us, of me?
Well, we have much to do. We're in the process of rebuilding a state from the ground up. My goals are ambitious and the scope is overwhelming. I could use as many hands on board as possible. You and your compatriots have proven yourself to be quite useful, if not a little too curious for your own good.
Would your scope involve becoming the new lord of these lands over the devil who holds that title now?
Well, simply put, there is only one lord of these lands, and that is this devil you speak of. I serve as facilitator of this town, serving these people, and we are in his valley. Whatever tribute he demands, whatever changes he requires, we abide by. The Church of St. Andrel no longer has service, and, well, our Vargas got what he got from continuing to stoke his ire over and over. We suffered greatly because of the provocation of Vargas, and I'm so happy that he's gone. But no, there is nothing in my plans that seeks to put anybody else's in our Lord on High's position. He leaves us well enough alone, unless provoked.
Well, I'm not from here, so I'm probably not gonna leave well enough alone.
And sorry, I know this is completely out of character, etc. Vargas is the name of the previous Burgermeister, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
At that last comment, she squints at you and is like, well, perhaps there is a lesson to teach you to leave well enough alone. Perhaps that lesson will be the last lesson you ever learn. Sometimes it's best to take advice
if you're not really gonna if you're not really gonna do anything or offer me anything, then I'm just gonna leave because this was a waste of time.
Well, I see you've no interest in continuing your help in the revolution we're working on here. Makes me sad. As long as you're lacking in ambition, maybe you'll cease any ambitions you have into exploring my own manor. That goes for your little friends as well.
Oh shit.
I was actually wondering, is your daughter feeling any better?
A small tear kind of just forms at the corner of her eye, but doesn't fall, and she says, "Thank you for your concern. Sadly, no, she is unchanged." Well, if you have little desire to participate in the restructuring we're doing here, I wouldn't make yourself comfortable.
Oh, I wasn't going to make myself comfortable. I was just stopping by here, and then we were going to go right back to Kresk.
I'm so glad that's understood.
And then we're I don't know, we'll probably walk around a little bit.
Well, careful where you may walk. And that's the last bit of advice I'll give. And while you are outside of Vallaki, and she kind of motions to the grotesque arm behind her, if you find the head that matches this one, I will pay handsomely for it. He's still missing.
Oh.
Would that prize have something to do with that secret room in your basement?
Seriously.
She leans in and says, "Your usefulness has ingratiated you. Just enough to barely outweigh the absolute fury of your invasion of me. You could walk out of this house without me ordering your death. That's as far as my appreciation goes."
I'll be back for the dress, and then I'm going to leave.
We'll see.
I'm going to tap Stuntman Eddie and basically say, "Hey, let's go ahead and try to find the dress in the house as quickly but stealthily as we can, just so that we don't have to fuck with other shit and we can just handle this while we're here."
Sweet. Let's do it.
And because Tegan was definitely part of the raiding party and knows all of the rooms and what's where. Her main tasks
Oh yeah, you know
are
for
either,
sure it's this one.
yeah. So Tegan is going to. I mean, don't get me wrong. Stealth and infiltration is not my thing. Invisibility gives me advantage, but otherwise I'm rolling with a +0. So and Tegan and for that matter Tegan's player has no idea at all what Stuntman Eddie's stealth is. But he does not strike me as a stealthy person normally.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
Stuntman Eddie's just
he's
good
all right.
at all things physical.
hopefully.
He does have a +1.
So yeah, double
But
click. Thank you. Gonna try and go
Stuntman
to
Eddie
that
is
door.
like pretty decent at all abilities because of all of the skills I picked led to him being like insured to somehow do good at acrobatics and athletics rolls no matter what.
I mean,
Nice.
Stuntman Eddie is an inspiration to children across the land. So of course, Stuntman Eddie is the best at all things.
So yeah, let's stealthily go to the door and start checking the place. And I'm definitely doing. I mean, Tegan doesn't know the actual mechanics because probably wasn't as good of a student as she probably could have, would have, should have been, but nevertheless is definitely doing the move at half speed to have full stealth mechanic thing and is not trying to stupidly go fast.
Come on, that's no fun.
I'll say a pretty low, like with if you're doing that, no need to roll a stealth check to get just 5 feet around the corner without creaking a floorboard, but pretty low DC sleight of hand check to see how quietly you could open that door.
Sleight of hand, where are you? There you are. Okay. Oh, wow, I actually rolled a 13.
The DC was 9. Yeah, you you grab the handle and you pull on the door a little bit before twisting it, which like really makes the mechanism slide through like no resistance. And then you kind of push up on the handle too a little bit as the door goes inwards. And the hinges are just and you open the door quietly. Tegan, make another perception check.
With or without advance?
With.
Bonk. Nat 20.
You
well, that happened.
barely, just barely hear. There's a source of whispering coming from somewhere in this room.
Bearing in mind that I'm invisible and this is happening in response to me opening the door, do I see anything?
You kind of swivel around, kind of trying to use like to pinpoint direction of the sound. The sound, it seems like it's coming from within this mirror that is mounted onto the north wall. There's a big kind of floor length vanity mirror that's on mounted to the wall, the north side of the room. and it's giving just faint, ominous whispers. Oh, also, by the way, the dress is in this room too. You see it.
Before I try to take the dress, I'm going to check out the mirror at least a bit. Trying to Arcana check it. I'm also going to try to look at it from indirect angles, etc. I'm pretty much brave enough to look directly into it, given that I'm invisible.
While you're doing this, do you let Stuntman Eddie know what you're doing at all?
Basically, because we're both invisible, and invisibility doesn't let you see the other invisible people, I imagine that Tegan is kind of having to communicate to you all her physical steps with either literally holding you by the hand or wrist, and or doing the tapping you every so often to know where she's going and what she's doing, and cannot message without breaking stealth, but Tegan, being devotee of an Arcana god, but also is technically classed as a bard, and now has the ears of ultimate frickin' hearing, definitely is a grand master of the Soto voice in your ear with no one outside being able to hear it thing. But mostly is communicating through contact.
Okay.
If that all made sense.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if, because now that we see the dress, it's like Stuntman Eddie. I was trying to figure out if Stuntman Eddie would just
Everything else is a distraction.
Oh, look, let's get the dress. There's the dress. Because
yeah, my main concern is if
I think I would. I think you use, as you said, as a bard, nonverbal communication and non-visible communication.
Yeah, like I don't.
I'd probably get the gist.
I consider Tegan a mage with flair more so than an actual bard, and definitely a mage who is that mix of divine and arcane. That actually mechanically she is now, but how I put this? Our academy taught us the player's handbook, but Tegan herself is willing to acknowledge that the way that the school teaches it is she's a bard multi-class with cleric, but she herself disagrees. Assessment to an extent. Anyway.
That's it. Bard on the sheet.
Mage in the street.
Mage in the street. I was trying to figure out how that went.
I love it.
A cleric in the streets, but a bard in the sheets.
Yeah, definitely. She's a divine mage.
If by divine mage you mean your partners are all screaming, "Oh God!" Sorry,
Tegan. Tegan, much like I, is definitely in the ace spectrum, though. I have yet to have ever despite having played almost a dozen bards at this point, I have never done the stereotype. Probably because it doesn't make sense to me. Anyway. So yeah, I'm checking out the mirror, mostly just to make sure that it isn't going to be a trap or alarm or otherwise a spy system.
What else are you doing besides Arcana check?
Just visually checking around it, trying to look at it indirectly in order to be safe and secure. Tegan in the school, I would imagine, has definitely heard of different types of magic mirrors, but doesn't necessarily... How do I put this? A magic mirror, there are so many different types that even if Tegan does end up rolling well and remembers what some of the types are, I mean, yeah. She's
Go ahead
just
and make
being
an
careful. Arcana, nat 20 for a total of 27.
Pretty good. Oh, natural 20. Yeah, you know that this mirror is magic, and it is capable of, it is conjuration magic. You can see some of the runes around it. It is meant for summoning someone or something.
Okay. But is it... Can I tell if that's in response? Is it a trap that we are going to accidentally trigger? Or is it a part of a ritual or require activation?
You look it over with a natural 20. You're pretty sure this is the type of mirror that requires, some sort of command word or command phrase, or sort of an open sesame to get it to do what it's supposed to do. Also, looking around the runes, you see on the top, it says. Well, first, on the bottom, it says a rhyme that is in common but obscured in kind of like this arcane language of sigils. It says, "Magic mirror on the wall, summon forth your shade. Night's dark vengeance, heed my call, and wield your murderous blade."
Okay, can you write that somewhere? So that it in part because either my headset or your mic wasn't completely clear for all of that. Part of that is also, I think, my ears need popped. But otherwise, as soon as Tegan has discerned and recognized that it certainly is not a trap, it's all just a case of, I'm going to remember this for later to let other people know and see if anyone cares, and otherwise this has nothing to do with getting Dratari raised or getting us out of Barovia, so getting the dress. It's like, basically through contact tries to let Eddie know, yeah, this is nothing, and we get the dress, and neat, and
And also in the top, that was what you're able to read in the bottom in the kind of like runic languages. On the top, it says, for felling enemies out of your reach.
right. I'm wondering, though. My caution as a player, and is kind of interacting with Tegan's paranoia in order to make me wonder how much of this would be in character or not. Because I have had the thought that if this mirror is new, and it definitely wasn't here last time that I can recall, and the dress is out in the open, it definitely means that Lady Wachter has been in this room and knows for a fact that the dress is here. And now if the dress goes missing right after Manu was asking about it, it's going to be very obvious what happened. How big is the mirror, did you say?
It's almost floor to ceiling. It's a full size.
So about 6 to 8 foot tall, about 2 to 3 foot wide.
Yeah, something like that.
And that means it's way too big to put into the handyman's back.
It's not going to fit in there. That's like the opening is like the size of a loaf of bread.
Yeah, that's I recall. Actually, a PDF is on a different computer, and I need to actually put it on this one now. But yeah, I still have the actual readout that you gave me for that. But that's. I'm going to outright tell Eddie. I think the best, and I'm going to say this out loud, I think the best thing for us is to take both and get the hell out of town and let Manu still go talk to people and try to get it through legitimate means, just to find that it's already gone.
By take both, do you mean the mirror as well?
Oh yeah, because I am
that it's fully mounted to the wall.
Yeah. And let me make certain I make this very, very clear to the DM. I took the strong as fuck barbarian with me first.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not intimidated by the word bolted.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
I'm not saying I won't allow it. I'm saying, let me make sure I understand you correctly.
Oh yes, my current plan is try to get the mirror off the wall without completely ripping it off. Like if we can leverage the bolts somewhat more quietly. I personally didn't pick up a crowbar from the starting gear, but I don't know what Eddie does and doesn't have.
Ooh, do I have? I have a pitchfork.
And yeah, my plan is to. And this is also another point that I want to make is when we spent the night at the Wizard of Wines specifically, I asked if there was enough of the reagents and stuff in the place to manage to make a vial of acid with my alchemist supplies. And you let me make one. And we have not used that anywhere. So if I have to drip acid on the bolts in order to get it off stealthily, I am more than willing to do so.
Okay. Without making you make a perception check, I'll say you kind of poke your bat ear out and you hear that like Manu and Lady Fiona Wachter are still like heated in their conversation. You think that might take a while. And you go to inspect this mirror, how it's sort of mounted. Make a wisdom check.
Right, I've had 2 nat 20s in a row, and otherwise this whole shenaniganry I've been rolling actually pretty well. So let's see if that holds. I was about to try and say Bardic Inspiration to myself, but I cannot do that until much higher level. So, wisdom check. And this is actually what Tabletop says. It's actually going to be 1 higher than this because of Jack of all trades. So it's a dirty 20.
Okay. So you look kind of up and down across the top and the bottom. You seem to suss out that there are 4 contact points that you think Eddie would probably be able to rip this thing out of the wall, but like it might take the whole wall down with it, and even if it doesn't, it's going to be like nobody's going to fail a perception check bad enough to not hear that happen. You find 4 points of what looks like cast iron that is kind of embedded into like probably deep into the masonry of the wall itself, and coming out of kind of these brackets that is holding the whole mirror together. You can make 1 sleight of hand check to use your acid to melt all of those things. You can instruct Eddie to be ready to catch. I'll say if you make make a sleight of hand of 15 or higher, this takes you like 10 seconds. If it's 14 or lower, it's going to take you several minutes. If it's 5 or lower, you're going to make some noise.
All right. This is what I want to do before we do this shenanigan. Step 1. Open the bedroom door here and make sure there's no one inside. Open this window and already have the dress in the bag. That way, if any part of this goes wrong, the 2 of us are invisible and out the window.
Skedaddling.
Yeah.
All right, you do that, and there is nobody in the next room.
Awesome. Perfect. Our exfiltration point is open. So even if we screw this up and don't get out of here stealthy, we are invisible. Anything we pick up becomes invisible, and we're still going to jet the fuck out of here. And one last point of fuckery before we do this.
I don't believe you. I believe there's more fuckery to come.
What, just because I've said one last bit of fuckery like 8 times now?
Kinda.
I don't have paper, but I do have dyes, and I'm going to basically do the lipstick message thing with my disguise kit on where the dress was, and actually write, "The Abbot didn't care how he got it." Meanwhile, making it very obvious that we're going to be abandoning Manu in the town. So I am, so that's all of the shenanigans before I roll the sleight of hand. Eddie is ready to catch it, so Eddie is not going to be able to give me help for advantage. I can't bardic inspiration myself, and I can't give myself guidance without breaking invisibility on both of us because that's concentration. There is absolutely nothing else I can do, so let's do it. Natural 19 for a total of 19. Oh my fucking
Look at you
fuck.
go.
I have rolled 2 nat 20s, an 18 and a 19 in this series of bullshit.
That is awesome.
So fucking incredible.
It's definitely the correct time to roll.
Holy shit.
In fact, you don't even remove your vial from your inventory. Your sleight of hand was so good that you were just like, 1 drop here, 1 drop here, 1 drop here, 1 drop here, and a potion minus 4 drops is a whole potion. So you don't lose that from your inventory, and just fucking perfectly you get it to and it is off the wall. And Eddie has got it. It's fucking heavy. It's solid iron.
Oh.
So is Eddie.
No, Eddie is solid steel.
So is little
Eddie.
I am going to communicate.
I prefer to think of myself as solid larceny, not solid steel. Thank you.
I prefer to think of myself as solid snake.
So,
I mean, TBH, Ocelot, but that's beside the point.
but okay. Eddie and I, GTFO, Scout, does Eddie have rope to make our descent a little bit easier or stealthier? Because Tegan absolutely doesn't.
Yes, I do. I do have rope. I don't have much, but I do have rope.
So we're gonna. So Tegan will try to go down with rope. How heavy is the mirror?
The mirror is fucking heavy. I'm gonna say it's like 180 pounds.
Okay, so I'm going to try to have Stuntman Eddie.
Not even half my weight.
Yeah. So Stuntman Eddie, how about this? You drop me with the rope. You let the mirror down with the rope, and then you just do your stuntman maneuver and invisibly jump out of the window. I will try to drag this out of town.
But hold on, when you drop to the ground, you two are invisible, but the items you are carrying are not, right?
Isn't it anything we touch?
Anything we become carrying.
Oh,
Okay.
So
Never mind.
anything you are... A creature you touch becomes invisible until the spell ends. Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it is on the target's person.
Okay. Does that count for holding it in my hands?
Wearing or carrying. So yes. Your clothes
And
are
that's-
invisible.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
You
If you
drop to the
happen to
ground
carry-
in the gardens out there, and I was gonna roll a d20, and on a natural one, Ernst Larnock was gonna be having a smoke in the backyard and sees you. But y'all are invisible, things you're carrying and everything, so that's not even happening. You drop down and you see Ernst like having a little smoke in the garden, kind of grumbling to himself about the type of shit work he has to do.
Okay. In that case, I'm definitely going to make sure that as the when we look out the window, I would see that, because that would, since we haven't been blown yet, I would definitely look out and about. So I'm just going to actually tell Eddie he's going to have to do the jump with the mirror. And then Eddie, you should go back to the tavern and meet our companions, so that the only person that's blown and is attached to this is a person that they have never seen before and is not in Barovia.
Yeah.
Because...
Okay. I'm into it.
Yep. And Tegan will literally be overburdened and thus be moving at 5 foot per round, carrying that mirror out of town. But if Tegan has to burn up, 10 minutes after the second cast, invisibility will drop off of Eddie, because Tegan will recast invisibility on herself. So I'm going to leave it up to you, the DM, as to how far out of town I get with being invisible for another 40 minutes.
Well, you are not getting out of town through a gate. You're probably going to get out of town heading, I guess that would... Yeah, so you're going to be walking through difficult terrain. You're basically doing the walking on hot coals trick at the luau with a giant fucking mirror on your back. I'd say in 40 minutes, going through that, you're really just going to get to kind of like the tree line that's in between Vallaki and where you would travel through to go towards the Vistani camp. So you could go somewhere where you could be looking at the walls of Vallaki. When your invisibility drops, you could still see where your companions are at. Not exactly, but the place in which they are. And if they were coming towards you, where they'd be coming from, but also be obscured by the tree line. And not much further than that could you get.
I'm going to get all of that far. I'm going to I'm going to keep moving, and my actual goal is to basically right under the SV of Spalich on Old Spalich Road to the far west of town. Under that, there's a little copse of trees, and that's where I'm going to try to get to eventually wait for my companions to fail in their quest to acquire their items and get out of town. And otherwise, I'm going on, unless Manu casts sending to me to figure out what my portion of the plan actually fully is beyond what Eddie can relay, I'm going on full mute until I'm actually with the party again.
But you did relay to Eddie that, like, hey, I'm going out of town to wait for you with the mirror. Do you have the dress too, or just the mirror?
The dress would be in the haversack.
So you have both?
Yep, I do have both. But my plan that I did tell Eddie was to have Manu go ahead and try to acquire the dress so that it looks like this group of people that the Abbot sent. One person from the group that came with Manu from the Abbot went rogue. And that person and the Abbot will hold Wachter's ire. Whereas Manu just got duped. Will be how it should end up looking to her.
You would hope. But yeah, so Tegan relays this information to Eddie, who could relay this information to the rest of the party, and she starts walking out of town. This is about the time where Lady Wachter basically said, "Get the fuck out of my office and make yourself scarce in my town," to Manu. So you would also be leaving the burgomaster's mansion at that time. Scout would probably also be, I'm guessing, heading to the tavern, which I'm guessing is also where Manu's been. And we haven't checked in with Jacques yet at all, but I'm sure you've been, drinking it up and having a good time with the Mardikovs. And I'm sure Brom and Bray are very pleased to be having a friend their size who is also an adult adventurer. And I'm imagining you're the person who's been hanging out with Lancelot this whole time, unless Manu wants to say that he's been.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't have brought him here to.
Yeah, so let's say Jacques and Lancelot are kind of like having fun with the Mardikov children. And I think that is a pretty good spot to take a break. It's 8:41 now, so 56 would be 15 minutes from now. Want to just say a solid 9 p.m. we come back from break?
That works for me. 9 o'clock.
Awesome actions, y'all.
I can't. That is the highest set of rolls Tegan has had this whole campaign, much less all in a row, and it could not have been at a better time. I am so happy with how that went. I cannot believe that at no point in time did the dice gods not just say, "Hey, fuck you." That was incredible. And Scout, thank you so much for Eddie's help with all of that.
Yeah, no problem. He's just walking around being big.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Tegan has a major inferiority complex. She sucks at a lot of things, but she is good at making other people be better. So, as far as she's concerned, Eddie has become her good luck charm, and she now loves having Eddie around. And if
He's literally
a
luck charm.
Any
works.
instance of Eddie putting on any showmanship, guidance, bardic inspiration, and fucking theme music in the background, Tegan,
I think this isn't the last time we see a 30 rolled.
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah.
Eddie lifting a rock.
Eddie just has a new
Bardic
thing.
inspiration. Lucky,
Yeah,
no?
basically.
That's life.
That-
Help, assist.
That's
Tegan
pretty
over
much
here
it.
like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's Eddie has a new fan. Yeah, definitely.
They're minor illusion fireworks.
Well, anyway, break time.
Oh yeah, great. See y'all in just a bit.
Toodaloo.
curiosity, since you're still here, I just turned on a bunch of fans. Do you hear anything?
No, sounds fine.
So, how's everyone doing there? Wow, okay, that was a great way to start off not sounding drunk, but you know where I'm going.
Much like Ricky, I've been dealing with health stuff and my usual stream of doctors and whatnot about it. But unlike Ricky, I don't have employment to worry about since I'm already so sick I'm on disability, so... For me, that's all just more of the same, not really anything to... It's not as special.
Still, though, sorry to hear that.
I'm super. Thanks for asking. All things considered, I couldn't be better. How about you? That was a long time ago.
I mean, yeah, that's a very long folder.
I was thinking about that movie yesterday.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I mean, that was like at least 2000, right?
I was actually thinking about the part where Kenny almost goes to heaven.
I'm super. Thanks for asking. I can consider I could be better around the sake. Yeah. But that being said, though, yeah. Sorry
1999 was the episode that song, or no, that was from the movie.
That was the movie
That came out in 1999.
That was 9? I thought it was at least 2000. 2000. Shit.
Nope. I was 12.
I was fucking 7. Holy shit. But yeah, that being said, sorry to hear about that.
Honestly, I've worked so many horrid jobs and everything else that anytime it's like, oh, I'm so sorry that you're so sick that you have to be on disability, and all I can think of is like, yeah, having all of my issues that make me disabled are really bad and crappy, but compared to how bad and crappy it was to have to go to work and deal with all that shit, I don't like having days where I can't function and can't speak and having seizures, and all of that really sucks, but I mean, it doesn't actually suck as much as working did. To be totally honest, I worked a lot of really crappy, toxic jobs, so fuck that shit.
I mean, I do have a coworker that. Okay,
I've got to
I don't know
unmute
if
here
they-
just to say what a fucking mood that is.
I mean, I can't. Let's put it this way. I have a coworker that does have, I think, similar moods to that. The fact that I'll like talk to him and he'll say, "Hey, I just can't work today," kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But and at that point, I'm like, okay, fair enough, whatever. Do what you need to, and I just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things where it's like,
Yeah,
not viscerally understand, but I conceptually understand, and I just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, work 10, 12 hours a day for poverty wages and still be broke, or have medical issues and still be broke. I mean,
Yeah.
at least this way, my healthcare stuff is covered and isn't the financials of that aren't an extra stress and concern. And this way there's no expectation. There's no, I'm working my ass off around the clock 6-7 days a week, and yet my life still sucks. What am I doing wrong? Whereas now that I'm on disability because it genuinely is out of my control, so there's no what am I doing wrong anymore. So yeah, that's how I'm doing. How are you doing?
More stressed out of my mind, but yeah, that's about the long and short of it. Trying to get everything done by a deadline, whether it be Christmas, work, friendship, or what have you. But yeah. Basically living in that, oh shit, what was that one song? From Hamilton. Every second you're alive, every second you're alive, every second you're alive. Basically living in that song right now. It's like the last song before the second act starts, if you remember.
I haven't seen Hamilton.
Oh. I mean, admittedly, I've only heard the music to Hamilton. I've never actually seen the
song at the end of Act 1 in Hamilton. It's non-stop.
Non-stop. There you go. Yeah. Basically, I'm just living in that song for, I mean, admittedly, the past few years, but right now, just very much feeling that feeling of non-stop, as it were.
And
there you go.
Yep. And whereas I have been living in Que sera, sera, whatever will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. That one's always a permanent mood.
Que sera, sera, c'est la vie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no joke at this point. It has kind of been a weird moment of this whole campaign where I've been dead this whole, session. So there's been a lot less stress on myself, so it's been kind of funny to just shitpost the whole time, so.
Yeah.
At least putting a little bit of, hey, I'm going to put in a little bit of character development, but let's be honest, it's actually a little bit more fun to just say, hey, this is what Chitari's doing, and that's what I'm going. Yeah, it doesn't really actually matter for anything, so fuck it.
And yeah, I mean, I'm going to be realistically blunt on this. Sure. Tegan started out with a lot of inferiority issues that she was trying to mask, which is kind of how I role-played, having rolled really bad stats to start.
Yeah.
And add to that all the crap that's happened to us in Barovia. There was no way for us to have known about the vampires in the attic. And we were level 3, they're CR5, and they outnumbered us. There was, and so many of the things that we've dealt with in Barovia have been this case of there's no way we could have done anything to avoid or prevent this realistically without reading the module ahead of time, and there's nothing we can do about it now that we're in it. It's this powerlessness, and Tegan has been more and more and more in this traumatized, depressed state of trying to force herself to keep moving in the hope that she'll get out of here. And I think this first half of this session is actually finally going to shift that, and that is going to really help me play her. Because now she's actually successfully done something. She took control, she took charge, and did something, and it worked.
Oh, go ahead.
She has agency.
And it's...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just to kind of on that same note, as it were. In that same vein, Jatari is now finally realized, like, okay, so this fucking cult didn't help her, like, one iota, as it were. So now I'm, like, trying to think, like, okay, is she going to fucking pivot into this other cult, as it were, and follow Manu into this other religion? Or is she going to finally fucking realize, okay, no, she's not going to actually, like, seek redemption until she finally fucking forgives herself? I have no idea how I want to play her yet, but I do like the fact that it's like, okay, now that she's finally died and realized, wait, what the fuck? Why isn't like her god here yet? How, when she told herself like that was going to happen, and she was only like in gear to tell herself, okay, she has to be strong. She has to be here for her friends. She has to like combat her own god to try to say that she's going to basically like say, fuck you, I don't want to go beyond. I want to be with my friends, to the point where now her god is saying, wait, why is he not here yet?
I mean, it seems to me like the cult that you were in was a case of subjecting you to the cult of personality social contagion of the type of stupidity that Bonhoeffer, or however you say his name, wrote about.
Yeah.
That stupidity is the greater enemy of good than evil is. Where stupidity has nothing to do with intelligence, but rather the willful suspension of critical thinking. And he also wrote that that you cannot, as an external person, talk the person out of that stupidity, because it requires an external liberation to occur before an internal liberation is possible, and it has to be both. And I think death has offered you that opportunity for the external liberation.
And to that point, I'm actually like considering like, this is probably the moment that Jatari is like having that moment of like, oh shit, I'm actually in a fucking cult, aren't I? But we'll figure that out once Jatari is resurrected.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's very interesting to have that just exposition of the external liberation, the internal liberation, and the mental redemption of a redemption paladin.
Which, not gonna lie, it is actually kind of fun to play that. Since
it's fun to watch.
I've been trying to play that, at least in the chat, if anyone's been able to read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, the way that I've been playing my paladin is, she started off as a rogue, then turned into a paladin because she wanted redemption, and now is realizing that, oh shit, this isn't actually working out, is it?
Tegan has little to no actual investment in the adventure except to get it to end. But Tegan is definitely getting more and more invested in her party mate. And that's good to have in a game.
I mean, fair on that one. Like, especially a lot of Jutari's thing is the fact that she's now realizing, oh shit, she's in a cult. And as long as she has that motivation / character arc, I'm fine with that. And I like the idea that this is the one character that's being revived that isn't actually having a god come down to her to say that she's being revived, when everyone else is having a god revive her.
Well, that's what Tegan believes happened to her. And the abbot says it's something else, but Tegan doesn't believe the abbot. And Manu definitely relayed his experience as being very different in our discussion after that. But Tegan's stance is still, it was my God that saved me, and how much you take what she's saying about that on its face is entirely up to you.
Oh, no. And that's the thing. I like the idea of Chitari hearing that beforehand and now taking that as gospel for how she should feel right now. I like the idea of Chitari believing that her god has abandoned her. Whether how true it is or not, it actually feels right for her character. And then realize, like, oh shit, what the fuck have I done this whole, 5-10 years, whatever long it's been.
My religion is a lie.
Exactly. And I love her realizing that.
So, bringing us back, Jacques has been just having a chill time, hanging out in the Blue Water Inn. Danica welcomes you in, serves you up some wine. You're hanging out with Lancelot. The two little kids start playing and hanging out with you.
Jack, for his part, is totally playing with the kids. He's just a big old kid at this point. And I say big old kid, but he's the same size as the children. So
Right. Sometime later into this, you're just kind of losing track of time, enjoying not having anything to do. The front door of the tavern burst open, and you don't see anybody walk in. And then just a moment later, it opens up again, not quite bursting open, but you see Manu stepping in too. The first invisible door bursting open would have been Stuntman Eddie, who is still invisible. So everybody but Tegan is in the Blue Water Inn.
Now Eddie is still invisible, right?
Eddie, are you still invisible?
I don't think so, right? Maybe? Tegan, you're muted. Brooke, you're muted. Can't hear Tegan.
Sorry.
I was playing charades trying to figure it out.
10 minutes after that instance of my having cast it, I will be casting invisibility again only on myself, and that will definitely swap my concentration. However, you can drop it on yourself at any time just by attacking an inanimate object. All you have to do is punch something and your invisibility breaks.
I'll punch something.
Who's the unlucky victim?
I punched the mirror.
I
don't punch the mirror.
Yeah. I'm
We don't have-
dragging the mirror on. I've got the mirror like doing that hands
Alright.
behind you carrying it.
I was gonna say, because yeah, it doesn't
Fuck, this is
dragging
heavy.
doubles your capacity, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, my
Or yeah.
my normal capacity is 90. Okay. You can carry up to twice that, which the mirror is just under that. So I can just barely have my clothing, my shield, the fanny pack, and the mirror, and it basically I'm once again playing the by 1 pound game, and I can
Oh
move
no, a raven feather fell from the sky and landed on the mirror. And
basically, and at that point, I can still move. I can still carry it, but I'm doing it at 5 foot per round.
The fanny pack of justice.
I could, after I'm past those trees, switch to just putting it on the ground and doing a drag, at which point, no, that's still the same. So yeah, while pushing or dragging, weight in excess of your carrying capacity, your speed drops to 5 foot, and your cap for that is twice your carrying capacity, which is therefore 30 times your strength, which for me would be 180. Which the mirror is 150, is what we were told. So, yeah, I'm moving 5 foot per round to that copse of trees.
Well, I'm picturing you as that idiot from The Mummy. What's his name? Benny, just dragging like a sack of coins while everything's collapsing around you.
You're not wrong.
Just slowly like.
Anyway, you all have your stuff in the tavern in the village and appearances to keep up.
Currently, Jack is standing behind a potted plant, because it was his turn to hide. But he doesn't do it like super well, because he wants the kids to find him. So he's hiding behind a plant, and little Jack is kind of standing nearby with literally a twig just holding up over its face. And that's kind of what you walk in on.
to be fair, it's they do find you eventually, but the fact that it does take them way longer than it should is because there is a very cute dog distracting them. And then as soon as they stop petting, they're like, "Oh, he's just holding a leaf over there. Found you."
Jack isn't depressed at all that they abandoned him for a dog. These are understandable things, and he will definitely not write about it in his diary tonight. But yeah, once they, he doesn't move out once anybody walks in. He's just kind of waiting to be found. Like, yep, this is my life now. And then once they finally find him, he'll come out and be like, "Where the hell have you been?"
I was visiting.
Okay.
Okay. If you're done here, then
Not vague in the slightest. It's okay.
Well, if you're
No,
done
sure,
here,
I understand. We just met. Not a big deal.
if you're done, then how good are you at sneaking around?
Did you not see my masterful hiding behind a plant. I can evade small children for an hour at a time.
Okay, so you're absolutely terrible.
Eh.
Well, kinda have to go back to the house that I was just at, because I need to get that dress, and I don't really feel like asking whoever owns it.
Lydia, who you were told resides in the church.
Jack is. You need a dress? I can introduce you to some tailors. They can find something in your size, probably.
No, I need a very specific dress. I need the dress from that house, and I don't feel like going to the church and begging that woman who is probably a widow now to let her just give me her dress.
I'm sure you would look fabulous in any dress. Do you really need to steal one?
Yes.
Okay.
And Eddie, you are there for this conversation, and you do know that Tegan already has it. I'm also not
That's
sure
the
if
trap.
you're
Yeah.
visible or not.
I think I would have punched something. I know. I
Like
don't.
mid
A moose
conversation, just
trophy
punch the
mounted on the
table.
wall.
Just start shadowboxing randomly, trying to look tough while walking around.
At which point, Jack suddenly looks at the suddenly appearing 8-foot tall skeletal being and be like, Jesus shit fuck, where the fuck did you come from?
Yes, I get that reaction a
You
lot.
boys run upstairs.
So,
Don't worry, he's
Jack,
mostly harmless.
Did you see him come in? I know, it's such a surprise. I mean, I knew you were there the whole time.
yeah.
We seem to be missing one.
Oh, Tegan, well, Tegan has the good, has the dress, and for some reason a mirror.
A mirror? What? Like a hand mirror? Like, just wanted
Yes,
to
I
grab a
suppose
mirror?
you could carry it and call it a hand mirror. Yes,
I
a
will be
hand
honest.
mirror. That's exactly what I would call it.
I'll be honest, the
Mirror
Tegan does
of
not
the
strike
hand.
me as the event type, but if they want to look at themselves in a mirror, who can blame them?
Well, it's a good bit of treasure if it's made of silver or something.
I could see about enchanting and maybe selling it.
Well, then, yeah, and then I kind of forgot how it worked, but I impart the information that Tegan imparted to me about the plan.
The plan.
Something I was supposed to tell Manu.
Oh, about basically
I know,
just
it's like,
leaving
yeah,
town again.
Yeah, to pretend that you're looking for the dress still and that you don't know that it's already gone, so that she finds it and then goes, "Oh, can't have been Manu because Manu's right here."
Okay, well we can. That
But
works.
in Stuntman Eddie form, I say that. It's been a long week, so that's the extent of some of my role playing. It's just gonna be, and then I do this.
That's also a mood.
I would like to inform Davian and Danica. I just want to tell them be on the lookout for a one-armed man, the guy that used to hang out with the burgomaster. I can't remember what his name is.
Isaac Straw's name.
Oh yeah.
Janica's at the bar is like,
Eric.
we know he's on the loose somewhere, but nobody's seen hide nor hair. I'd say nor arm, but I've heard it's up in her office now. But nobody's seen him anywhere near here in a long time. Thank you, by the way, for helping family with lights. Got in. I didn't know that we get our wine shipment back. This is good. Erwin said you did good by the family. We appreciate this. If any of your party ever needs room and board, the Blue Water Inn welcome you free of charge.
Stuntman
no
Eddie
problem.
did good.
One of these days we'll build walls around the Wizard of Wines, and that'll really help a lot more.
Free of charge? Now you're talking my language.
When we still had Stormy, I could have built the wall really easily. I could have just molded earth.
Just dirt.
Mold earth for a couple hours and we're good.
Don't
I
worry.
would, if you and your friends are
Hey.
staying around for much longer, I would keep heads low. The vibes have changed around here as of late. Of course, many of the former barons' isms that led the town into wanting him gone, while we don't have ridiculous festivals, people are not being put into stocks for not smiling enough. New rule is it's different. Keep an eye out. Be careful.
Would you
Yeah.
say it's better
I don't.
or worse?
This doesn't seem like a better the devil you know kind of situation. I feel like we're gonna have to nip this devil too.
The Lady Wachter is too close in the pocket of the devil for our tastes, and it seems like she might be trying to poke into identifying members of Keepers of the Feather. It's somewhat secret. We do not like ourselves to be known. We do not like ourselves to be target. It's better we be boogeymen, that people don't believe we actually exist. If she gets too close to us, that could be very bad news.
Well, if you need to, if you feel like you're in danger and you need to get out of town, the windmill that's somewhat near here is, I mean, it's clear, so you can hunker down there for a little bit and then maybe head on to the Wizard of Wines if you really have to.
For now, my family, we stay put, but we are maintaining much more vigilance than usual. It is uncertain times, to be sure.
And I'll whisper, if you know anybody trustworthy who's not already a member of the order, let them know that. Let try and recruit them or something, and we can eventually fight back against Lady Wachter, because I feel like it was a big mistake. Doing anything was a big mistake. Doing nothing would have been bad, and helping her seems to have been bad. So
Yeah,
it was. So I do aim to rectify that decision eventually.
There are still some Vargas loyalists in town. I don't particularly fancy working with the likes of them, but I'll keep my ear to the ground to see what sort of resistance we could form when the time comes.
That works. So you guys.
And I
you
have
guys be
no
safe.
idea who any of those people are, but I'm happy to help.
You're just so goddamn helpful, man.
Yes, and you're so goddamn big.
You should have seen me at my prime. Actually, have you seen me at my prime? The name's Stuntman Eddie. I'm well known throughout many a land.
She kind of just blinks. Continues.
You might remember from my, and then he start acting out like a big motorcycle jump. No, anyone. I say loudly to the entire tavern. Anyone? Stuntman Eddie? No.
Just shakes his head. Just
Yes, sometimes my tricks have been known to be too incredible to take in, and people tend to block them out from their memory. The mind simply cannot handle such beauty.
That must surely be it.
Well, if you're lucky, you'll be known throughout these lands for doing some kind of trick at the castle. If we eventually go there.
Oh, I plan to show that rat bastard Strahd what I can do. I don't know.
Like your whole goal is to just go to Strahd's castle and do a sick wheelie.
That's literally my goal. That is 100% my goal.
Just
My
jump
goal
off.
is to
We
just
all busted.
my goal is 100% to have somebody have like a little handheld basketball hoop and like sneak behind him, and then I dunk over him and run around him in a circle going, oh, like that's Stuntman Eddie's secondary goal after finding and repairing Greasy Gertrude. Oh, and being helpful is, I guess, the goal until then, though.
Just bust it and be like, yeah.
Just a kind of
Check
good.
this out, Strahd. What an epilogue that would be.
That's how everybody leaves Barovia. You gotta like ramp
That's how
off.
the Donnie do it.
You gotta
no one but
ramp
the
off one of the
Vallaki has that kind
towers.
Until
Only
now.
sick wheelies are allowed in Barovia.
You gotta ramp off one of the towers of the castle down into Barovia, where there's a ramp that shoots you through the fog.
It's actually the Vistani have mastered the speedrunning strats and are able to just pass through walls in a single frame without registering on the other side. So
Perfect.
they're just able to pass right through.
My
Backwards
God.
long jump right
Basically,
Right
what
through,
Stuntman Eddie
yeah.
attempted that got him turned into a reborn.
They've mastered the quick save, quick load, phase through the walls strat.
All right. Should we go and
Skip.
find out where Tegan decided to wander off to?
Yeah, let's do it.
to find out where Tegan went.
Hmm?
I am done embarrassing these children at hide and seek. So my day is just freed up.
You can either do the for the appearances thing bit, or, I mean, logic would tell you that Tegan's going to be trying to go towards that, the Old Svalich Road headed towards the Abbey. But you can also use sending just to talk to her, but that does cost you your high-level spell slots. And if we do get in trouble, I mean, Tegan's burned so much of her shit on shenanigans.
I
So
don't
you might
have sending, so.
I was talking about Manu has it.
Oh, okay.
So you could burn your spell slots, but it might also help if one of the healers had spells. In case we
Don't worry, I'll heal us.
So, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
hell.
not there. It's up to you.
That doesn't even look like a B-rated film. That looks like a D-rated film. Hell yeah. Do you know where Tegan went? You were with her.
Oh yeah, yes. Tegan went into the forest and to that place that I would remember and know about. So, so if you just follow me.
Sounds horrifyingly vague.
Oh, it was the through the hole in the wall. Somewhere over there. I'm sure we'll find her. Or she might find us if we get close enough. She does have the bat ears.
Shortest line between 2 points then.
Zoom.
So y'all are leaving the Blue Water Inn, and I take it taking your way through the kind of ruined part of the city to exit through the hole in the wall rather than past gate guard.
Yeah, I'll let Fiona Wachter think I'm still in town hiding out or something.
There are Fiona's cultists that are like kind of patrolling the streets instead of the guards. It seems like the guards are doing the gate, but Fiona kind of has more of like her own personal secret police doing
The Gestapo?
in town. Watch. Make a group stealth check to get from the Blue Water Inn to kind of the smoldering area where you're
16, 17.
4.
4. Disadvantage, baby.
success and 2 failures. So
Stealth
you
is my name.
get close to the whole, kind of where the smoldering ruins begin. It's like going off the street and you're into the charred out remains of stuff. And you're doing pretty good. You see, like, a grove of patrol is going this way. You kind of slip behind them, and you see like an alley that you can cut through, and there's nobody kind of patrolling in that area. And you get like right where you're in line of sight of like getting out, and you get like, "Boy, turtle boy, where you going?"
going, turtle boy?
I don't appreciate being called that.
You're gonna have to speak up and stop.
Is it just one person or
It is just one.
Oh no.
I am currently looking at all the damage that I inadvertently caused.
This person is starting to approach you. It's like, I'm gonna need you to come with me and explain what you're doing.
Sir, you have no right to impose on our freedom of movement.
I'm pretty sure he is imposing on the turtle. We will make our way, good sir.
No, you could stay too. I don't like the looks of this.
Why ever not? Is it because I am a goblin? Are you racist, sir?
Is it because I'm 8'2" and mostly skeleton? Or are you asking for... Oh, of course. An autograph. How silly of me. Of course, we'll have time to stop.
Yeah, Eddie, why don't you sign an autograph for an unwitting fan?
I reach out my hand and I say, pen?
No, but I've got some irons.
I don't see what you'll do with those.
It's seeming real fishy to me. I know the Lady Wachter was specifically interested in talking to you, Green One.
We've
And you
all...
seem to sneak off. I might have to...
Which green one? The short green one or the
medium green one?
Turtle green one?
I'm just talking to all of you now, because all of you are being suspicious as all get out.
Because I want to leave the
What are you
town.
doing
It is
sneaking through these
suspicious.
rebels going for the gap in the wall? You don't want anybody to see you leave? Pretty sure Wachter told you to fucking get out anyways.
Given my stealth check, I'm pretty sure I didn't give a shit whether anyone saw me leave or not.
Look, we are kind of in a hurry.
Definitely not appeared that way. Didn't appear to be caring.
We are kind of
Man,
in a hurry.
that guy's really showing off that he's leaving.
So we're just gonna be on our way. Maybe after killing you a little bit, and I cast Sacred Flame at him.
Wait, what?
Okay, roll to hit.
It's a dex save on his part.
Literal reaction from Jack. Wait, what?
Don't worry, I'm gonna kill Fiona Wachter too at some point, so this is all for the better.
I disagree.
The DC is 15.
What kind of save?
Dexterity.
9.
Don't you tell me no.
That is
9 total.
okay. He takes 11 radiant damage.
Stefan's passing out.
He is fucking
Shatari.
real bad. He's like on the ground and just like looking around, looks up at you. He starts to inhale real big, like he's gonna shout out an alarm.
Kill him.
Damage.
Can I also attack?
You can.
Or okay, sweet. I'm just gonna go full fucking woodcutter's axe, which I just pull out my big firefighter's axe. Choom. 23 to hit.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna, while all this is going on, I'm gonna run off, and you hear as he's running off, I wasn't a part of this!
And then that's one damage to Stuntman Eddie also using this weapon, but let's see. 5 plus 3. So yeah, 8 slashing damage.
You see he is about to open his mouth wide and like call out alarm, and Eddie just swings out and just like in his open mouth just like stinks the axe
Jeez.
like almost to the vertebrae, and he's just like and slumps over.
Oh shit.
I will pick him up and throw him like out of the main path.
Yeah, just toss him into one of those burning piles.
Yeah, sure. I'll toss him into a burning pile.
Great.
Well, that solves that.
Okay, so y'all get through like kind of the more smoldered area of the town. You get to the gap in the wall around. You get to the road aside. You see the tree line and start heading towards it.
Is it too late to go play with the children again?
It's far too late to go play with the
It
children.
is too late because at that point, Tegan is kind of like seeing you from out, and I don't know if you want to start motioning them to like over here. You're kind of not over there.
Tegan,
right like,
Tegan, I killed a man.
Well, I tried to kill him first.
Tegan, we killed a man.
It's true. They killed the man.
Yeah, I thought we'd be able to get out through the burnt part of town really quietly.
Out of curiosity, how quickly did they catch up with me versus how many? But basically, how many of my 40 minutes of invisibility did I end up not actually having to use? Do you think?
I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around the question because you casted invisibility a second time when you got to the tree line, and that lasted for like 40 minutes. You said, and you're wondering
That's
how
not
long
a second
they
time.
take-
I'm talking. The 40 minutes is with consecutive castings. They're 10 minutes each. So there's the one I cast inside the mansion. That lasted 10 minutes. And then I started having to burn my second level spell slots. And they last 10 minutes each. And I had 3 spell slots.
I'd
So
say they
if-
spent about 15 minutes in the tavern and 15 minutes getting out of the city. So like 30 minutes.
So I ended up, because they caught up to me before I would have used my last spell slot then. Okay. Okie dokie. Yay. Slightly better off. But yeah, you guys, I try to wave you over to me using just my head as much as I can under the burden of the weight of this thing that I'm trying to carry and drag, and whatever mental image you conjured up for what you thought you would end up meeting, Tegan just looks ridiculous trying to struggle with this giant iron mirror.
I'll help you with the mirror. I'll take that off your hands.
What? Okay. So it's not as bad as having to kill somebody, but you have a mirror.
I have a ritual mirror, a magical ritual mirror that Wachter had, and she had added to the house, and its ritual inscriptions said something about it being used to summon a dark assassin spirit that she could send out at her targets that existed beyond the gates of the town. So if we did not take this, she would be sending some kind of dark assassin spirit to kill us on the road for having stolen from her and crossed her. Seemed like a better idea to take it from that. So you had to kill a guy, huh?
Oh yeah, we tried to sneak out, and someone was like, "Hey, stop!" And then we were like, "Hey, no."
I was born with the spirit of a dark assassin inside of me as well.
A heavy
Very
sigh from. Just a heavy sigh from Jack.
So Tegan taps her little courier's pouch that you know is bigger on the inside, and says, well, I have the dress, so let's get our friend back.
What do we want to do with the mirror? Because I think if we want to take a second to tie it to my back, I should be able to carry it without being encumbered.
It would potentially smush a Dratari sandwich in between your shoulder blades and this big iron mirror.
You can put the Dratari over the mirror.
Graham crackers.
We could give the mirror to the Abbot too, as like a little added something.
I definitely don't want him having the power of a long-range assassin, given that he also serves Strahd.
Oh, he
Yeah,
doesn't
we can
serve.
just-
To some
Do we want
nominal extent, he wants to satiate and he wants.
I would not give it to the Abbot. Out of character.
Yeah, he
In
works,
character, I wouldn't care.
Yeah. He has a nominal allegiance, at the very least, with Strahd and wants to appease him. And he actually has had people who he helped raise go off and work for Strahd. And while he says he's not best pleased with it, it's their choice and whatnot else. And he's trying to ritually make a necromantic flesh golem in order to appease Strahd. I realize they're not complete allies, but they are connected, and I don't want a dark shadow assassin. I think the Abbot might even actually mean well or end up getting misled into sending this a spirit after people that we wouldn't necessarily agree with it being sent after. And if it remains in our hand, there remains the possibility that we might use it to assist us with the situation.
On that note, do you know how to use it?
I definitely learned quite a lot about it and managed to discern a lot of its arcane rune. I am not entirely certain if I could at this point or not, but I am far from the only adaptive spellcaster here who could learn the exact details of it. Tegan waves her hand over towards the jacks.
Well, if we do figure out how to use it, I'd really like to kill Fiona Wachter with it. This is kind of, it's on my to-do list, but it's not important right now.
Well,
I would
if,
love
if
that
we have a
for
moment,
how
I can take a look at it.
appropriate is. Kill her with her own assassin. Sounds like a wonderful idea.
If we want to keep using this, I'm happy to carry it around. I definitely am into the. How much did it weigh again?
I think 120 pounds.
150.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
If we have a moment,
I'm barely carrying
if you
anything.
would like to
so-
assist me, I can take a look at it.
We don't necessarily have a minute right now because we need to
The hell out of
get
Dodge.
distance.
Yeah,
Distance is good right now.
Let's get back to the Abbot so that we can try and get Jatari back.
Okay, I will take a look at it once we are at a stopping point. If you don't mind assisting me.
If you want, I feel like while we're traveling back, I mean, you could kind of take a look at it. There's not a whole lot going on, right? I don't know if we need to sit down and do it. I guess if it's like attuning to it, yeah, we probably do.
It's like a 10-minute cast time, I think, for identify.
I was just going to use my knowledge arcana, but for identify itself, as a ritual, it's a 10-minute cast. Otherwise, it's a 1-minute cast.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a 1-minute cast to use it using a spell slot. Otherwise, it's a 10-minute cast using as a ritual.
I mean, I'll be bluntly honest. I got a nat 20 with a +7.
Yeah.
For Arcana, so the only thing that's going to further teach us about the mirror. Yeah, the only thing that's going to teach us anything further is outright the identify, which will outright tell us everything. And that's kind of what I would want to have done to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, I would only ever be able to match it, or I suppose I could get an additional +4 given guidance, but...
Which you could only get that guidance from me, since you can't concentrate on guidance as you're casting a spell that takes longer than an action to cast. So.
Right. Well, I was saying with.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for the
Arcana.
But yeah, I mean, the best thing I think is going to be get to the Abbey, and as he's rezzing Dratari, you can identify it. Mm-hmm. And I'll say that much in character.
That I can do.
And with that, we can start walking as Tegan actually regards the efforts of Manu and Eddie and the prospective efforts of Jacques going forward and what she has done, and she's just singing, "That's fucking teamwork."
Teamwork, baby. I mean, we won't talk about how I totally tried to abandon them once the guards came around.
So y'all start heading west again, away from Vallaki and towards the town of Kresk on the old Svalich Road. You are no longer traveling in a direction towards the castle.
We're traveling pretty much straight in the opposite direction.
Yeah, basically.
Kresk is in like the far west.
Oh.
You start to hear the far off howling of wolves as you travel, and you kind of got
Of
into the
course.
point where you're like kind of bowered in by the trees. Can't really see through the canopies, so the daylight outside. The trees are thick along either side of the road. It is murky, misty, spooky forest that you're walking in. And as you hear the sounds of the things that go bump, and worse than bump, they go, I'm gonna fucking kill you in the daytime or the nighttime because you're on the road and you're a meaty, fleshy person I want to sink my teeth into. You're reminded that the ease in which you traveled from Kresk to Vallaki was probably granted by Strahd, who is no longer granting this as long as you're walking in the opposite direction. So you are going to start having to roll for random encounters on the way back to Kresk.
Dope.
And you don't even get much further than the Lunar River Crossroads, which I guess it's a good time to ask at the Lunar River Crossroads, do you take the North Fork, which is the one that you haven't done before? You
There's
know
n-
that is the one that'll take you past the tower that you haven't been to.
And we
there's
You travel the road that you know already.
I am always down for an adventure of new places, new roads to ride.
while we do want to check out the tower at some point, we can do that on our backtrack. Is my thought.
Yeah.
It will be at least a little bit better for us to have a bit better knowledge of terrain for if we do have to do a hide on the side of the road bit again.
Yeah,
In
agreed.
order.
I also just want to get Jatari
That.
back in the party ASAP. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, taking the road that you're used to taking, the South Fork at the Luna River Crossroads, it's not much further past that. I rolled encounter equals yes. Now I'm rolling for encounter equals what? Okay, and now I'm rolling for encounter equals how many? Oh man, it's been a long time since we've been on Svalich Road, huh?
I mean, technically, we were on Svalich Road for a decent portion of our trip towards Argynvost.
It's been a last time that we've had a battle map on Svalich Road. That is way too big. And then Eddie is here. I don't know why it keeps adding tokens way bigger than it's supposed to be.
Hey, Ricky,
Uh-huh.
your mic sensitivity is now picking up every breath.
You're welcome.
I'm really into nose whistle ASMR.
Well, if
What's it going to be mean about?
so, if I put it to automatically determine input sensitivity, it won't pick up anything. But if I turn that off and have it on enough, it picks up fucking everything. I just can't win. There, I'll turn on the automatic determine, and I guess I'll just have to fucking yell into the mic every time I talk.
I think the issue is that when it's on automatic, it keeps trying it's not picking it up in real time. It's trying to automatically adjust after the sound has been made.
Yeah, I don't know how to fix that either. It's a new mic, so still trying to figure it out.
Batman. One of the Jacks.
They call me Jack Me Off.
Yeah, do they?
I've never claimed to be a bright man.
No, I'm a big fan of. I don't know what to call those.
Terrible puns.
Yeah.
Terrible, dirty puns. It's just how I roll.
The wonderful world of Ligma. I don't know how else to describe it.
World of Ligma.
So there is a moment where you stop hearing these far off wolf cries. I imagine Tegan's probably listening very intently for the sound of anything approaching.
Absolutely.
But silently, gracefully slinking out without making any noise, leaf litter, underbrush, or anything. You start seeing wolves just starting to pop out of the woodwork. And while I'm revealing these, now is a good time for folks to start rolling initiative.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah. Initiative.
That wolf is on T.
Alright.
That's the sound you want to hear.
It's alright in a good way, but I definitely would have preferred that nat 20 to be on something else, but hey, I'll take it.
It beats 19, so it wasn't
yeah,
completely.
I go on 22, yeah.
But yeah, it's much better to get rolls like that on something like lifting Tegan into the air.
Yeah.
You can right click and add yourself to the
Or
list,
looking
too.
over a wall. I'm sure you'll have the same luck rolling for damage and roll to hit. Unimportant things like that.
Don't you put that evil into the world, Ricky Bobby.
Saving throws.
Don't you put that evil into the world. Oh, so you can manage infusions. Pick which infusions we use.
Artificer problems.
Yeah, there's like no easy way to look at like the infusions.
Oh yeah, and like D&D Beyond.
And no
It's
way
not
to,
the
like,
best.
It's in inventory towards the bottom, and then there's no way to like. Oh, here we go. You can click into it, and it'll be like, choose this? Question mark.
Speak-
It'll say
Speaking of
choose what I'm infusing.
random D&D Beyond info, I did forget. I actually do have the athlete background, so although I was mostly playing it up as a joke that like I might have fans in Barovia on a raw gameplay setting, there's a 50% chance that there is someone in each town that admires me enough to provide information and shelter. So
Nice.
When you're
Right.
visiting a settlement within 100 miles of where you grew up.
oh man, well that's none of them. Cool.
Technically, you can get to Barovia within that distance of wherever
well,
you
actually-
grew up.
I actually don't even know where Stuntman is from. I don't know that either. Stuntman Eddie doesn't know. I don't know. Agatha might know.
100. Then again, within 100
And that damn
miles of where-
Strahd probably knows too.
Then again, 100 miles of where you grew up, you kind of had a rebirth when you became a reborn. So maybe that means in Barovian.
That's true. That's true. I did do.
Scrolls as written is a funny time, isn't it?
Yeah.
I do not miss older
You know
editions
that,
at all.
that event where you never did a stunt after that? That's by rules.
So anyway,
Oh no, it's not 100 miles of where you were born. It's 100 miles of where you grew up.
Did we get initiative for Jacques?
Yeah, it's 22.
So Jacques, you would be going up first.
Yo, let's go.
I could always build up a reputation in downtime activity at some point, but
We don't happen to have a battle map, do we?
yes, we are on a battle map.
Yeah.
I did not.
I tried to hit the bring all players to Steam button, and it's not working again. I feel like it's
There it is.
that's one of the things I want to get fixed in this app, and I feel like nobody else cares about that button that much. So
That's why I was confused.
it's not high on priority.
Oh, I can't move little J. Little J.
No, I 100%
let me try to
yeah,
make it so you can.
That's like one of my biggest complaints when using tabletop.
You should be able
so.
to now. Rick, you should have control of it. Yeah.
Look at him spin. Okay. Now that I'm done making a little Jack break dance, let's actually do stuff. So, Jack should be able to just move after my turn, right? So it's been a minute since I've done the thing.
On your initiative after you.
Okay. And then, what does it take a bonus action to do? Is that to command him to attack?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Okay. Just remembering correctly. Oops.
I only remember because I was reading through Artificer and Wildfire Druid stuff a lot this week. Unfortunately, they're pretty much the same, the Wildfire Spirit and the Steel Defender.
So... we're gonna have... I'm gonna command Little Jack to attack F. And then... I'm going to move to the other side of Manu and take a shot at A to kind of try and cover our flank and keep it so that all the enemies are on one side.
Hold on, there's two Fs on here because I tried to.
Little and capital.
Little, yeah, I'm going after Little F. I'm commanding him to go after Little F.
That one.
Yeah, that's one.
Little F is going to be little B.
Okay.
Big F could be little F. Alright.
It's okay.
And then G H. I think that one. H.
And
Okay.
in a moment,
command him after
A
Little G.
is going to have to come towards me, and I'm going to have to magic missile the fuck out of things before they kill me. So,
Well,
Jack,
I'm
you
shooting.
were doing something with Wolf G.
Yeah, I've commanded him to attack Wolf G. He takes his turn immediately after mine, so I'm using my bonus action to command him to attack G. And then I'm going to shoot my crossbow twice at A.
Okay, roll for 2 attacks.
And it's my repeating infused light crossbow, so I'll still be able to get 2 attacks. Will a 15 hit? And I'm going to assume a 23 will hit.
I mean, no. It's lower than 15.
It's like, no, fuck you. Okay, so it's going to be 2d8 plus 20 then. Wait, why is it plus 10 damage? What the fuck is going on? I feel like it didn't... I don't think it's calculating the damage correctly. For some reason it's telling me I get 1d8 plus 10 for my damage, which doesn't feel right.
no.
It should be 1d8 plus 5. Because it's plus 4 for my intelligence modifier and then plus 1 from the infusion.
Yeah. But if you rolled both shots of damage at the same time, then it would be 2d8 plus 10.
I think I marked a damage bonus customization and it's just automatically taking it into account. Okay, there There, I fixed it. Anyways, so that's gonna be 9 plus 10 is 19 points of piercing damage.
Oh my god!
Which is
19 points of piercing damage towards Wolf A.
yeah, which is approximately average. 5 and a 4. So I'll take it. It's not like a 1 and a 1.
Arrow pierces it, it flops and rolls on the floor and lies still in the leaf litter.
Nice.
That
And then
is compost in training.
with that, Little Jack is going to move over here and get lost in the bushes. And then he is going to rend him. So it's going to do some force damage to him.
Literally get lost in the bush. I don't see where you're at.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to see now.
Oh yeah, I see.
I rolled 18 and it's a plus 7.
Yeah, that hurts.
It's going to be 8 plus proficiency bonus of damage. So 2. Right? No, plus 3, excuse me. For only 5 damage. And that's my turn.
It's
so
still enough to make G look pretty hurt after that. But if that is your turn, those wolves are up next. Wolf A is dead. Wolf B is rushing up to Eddie and taking a bite. That's a 19 to hit. Hit, Eddie.
Yep, that's a hit.
For 7, 8, 9 piercing damage.
Sorry, how much?
9 piercing damage.
Okay.
Okay, he is also rushing up on Eddie. This one attack.
Sorry. Was that a 18 hit?
An 18 plus 4, so I'm sure that hits.
Oh yeah, that hits.
For 6 piercing damage from C. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, that's enough. Also attacking with damage. 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 hit Eddie?
Meets it, beats it.
16 will also hit. Okay. 9 points of piercing damage.
This getting attacked before I can rage thing is really throwing a wrench at Eddie's motorcycle.
Yeah.
5, 10,
sorry,
15,
how much was
20. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 piercing damage.
And that's the fourth wolf that attacked, right?
Yes.
Sorry, how much was it? 8?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
God. Would you believe it that 4 attacks is a lot of damage?
And there's still little left.
11 for a total of 15. 15 does not hit. You said your AC is 16.
No, 15 does not hit. Oh my god.
This next one does not hit. F is coming up. 5, 10, 15. Natural 3 for the second one, so that one's not hitting. G is going to strike back at Jack Jr. 14 to hit. I'm not sure what your little friend's AC is. 16 hit it?
Yes. It would.
Yeah.
So defenders all have an AC of 15, unless he's boosted it with something.
9 piercing damage from G to Jack Jr.
Becky, you can't be hurt at all.
Sorry, I was double checking to see if the reaction could impose disadvantage, but it's another creature. How much damage does he take?
9. And H is going to go for you. 14 hit you?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that is the last of the wolf's turn, and Manu is up.
I'm gonna scooch over here. I'll take the opportunity attack from F.
That's a natural 20.
Ooh, that really fucking hurts.
Uh, 15 piercing damage.
And I am then going to I am going to Thunder Wave, which will get C, D, and E.
Okay. They have to make saves.
Yeah, they have to make Constitution saves.
11,
It's not gonna get F.
3, and 21.
Alright, so one of them passes.
Say the one furthest away passes.
So the ones that fail take 6 thunder damage and are blown back 10 feet, and the other one that passed takes 3 thunder damage and stays where it's at.
Wave of thunderous energy, like, lashed out from Manu, knocking 3 of them kind of tumbling over and over. The one in the back not quite hitting so hard, but they all look like, you know, you really hit that newspaper real hard. So, anything else?
I'm gonna kind of scooch here next to Stuntman Eddie, kind of hopefully block him from some hits, and that'll be my turn.
All right. With that, including your turn, Tegan is up.
I am actually going to take a kind of appraisal of how much damage has already been dealt by our team, and the fact that we are doing much better against these wolves than the last time we had to fight wolves. And I am going to... How do I set up main dice? Alright, D4 plus 3. I'm going to give a healing word to Eddie. So 5 healing which is not much, I know, but at least you're about to rage, and that
No, that's
counts for
yeah.
more.
That's basically
Um,
10 for me.
And then I am going to try to Eldritch Blast H with both bolts.
Okay, roll for it.
Where is that on this? Info. Actions! It's a different tab, that's why. Okay. First one is a 19 and will deal 10 damage if it hits.
Which one were you aiming for?
H.
10 damage?
Yes. Is it still alive?
It is, but oof.
Nat 20 for what is actually 20 damage.
Second one on the same creature?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You fucking Eldritch obliterated. This.
I actually managed to roll a 10 on damage die on both die, and I rolled a 13 and a nat 20. I don't know. Tegan ain't never rolled this well. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not complaining.
You have me to roll poorly usually now.
I and Tegan are both of the opinion that it might actually legitimately be that Stuntman Eddie is the good luck charm of the new group.
Yeah, Tegan lashes out 2 cackling strikes, the first one almost killing, and the second one just disintegrating, leaving where this wolf once was just like a pile of green cackling smoke emanating from a small crater. Any movement or anything else you're doing with your turn?
No, I feel I'm in a good spot. Because
I need to stay on your good side, Tegan.
yeah, you say that to Tegan, but if you actually look over at her, she is absolutely astonished because this cantrip has never done anything like that before. Legitimately, usually I'm rolling 1s and 2s for damage die on my damage die. So Tegan has never seen her Eldritch Blast hit anywhere near anything like that before. So yeah, but yeah, that ends my turn.
Yeah, after that amazing go from Tegan, Stuntman Eddie is up. You are not as surrounded as you were, but you've got a bunch of things in your face that pissed you off just a second ago.
I am pissed off. Manu, you hit E, D, C, and B, right? All the ones above us?
Not B, I don't think.
No, not B.
Not B.
Just E, D,
Okay.
and C.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'm gonna go for... I'm gonna attack C first.
Okay.
Just a classic spear attack with Kevin's blood fork. That's a 17 to hit.
Oh yeah, hits.
Okay, sweet. And then 6 plus 3, 9 piercing damage.
You have absolutely turned this thing into a shish kebab upon a pitchfork.
Wonderful.
And that wolf is dead.
Well, see, the great thing about that is that Kevin's blood fork, when I reduce a target to 0 hit points with it, I gain 2 d6 temporary hit points. So, and that is 4 HP. I really should have done this already, but I'm going to now also. I'm going to use a bonus action to call upon the spirit of the bear. I hold my medallion high into the air. Well, not that high. The chain only goes up here. Give it a little lift. give it a little smoochy, and then I get pissed, just like you said. But now it's in-game official pissed. I'm mechanically pissed off. And I'm just gonna whip over and do the same attack to B, just like spearing fish in a bucket.
All right, that one is unharmed
Assuming it
so
hits.
far.
We'll see. That's all right. That's a 17 plus 23 to hit.
Super hits.
All right, let's see if it super damages too. 6 again. 6 plus 3 plus 2, 11 piercing damage.
With one strike on an undamaged wolf, you swing down. And I don't know how you even managed to do it with a trident, but like it was a sword against Ned Stark, this wolf is beheaded.
Geez, spoiler.
I'm still pissed off, but I'll end my turn. I'm so pissed off I can't even do anything else.
Back to the top, round 2. Jacques is up.
Yo, I am Jacques. Well, I am going to shoot at G to free up Little Jack to move.
Okay. Roll to hit.
So a 15 hit.
Big time.
Cool. I'm gonna roll damage first, that way I can choose a different target if it goes down. 9 points of damage to G. Meow.
It is looking like it's about to leap to attack on your small friend there, and you manage to pierce it right between the eyes, and it lays there on the spot.
Alright, now I am going to take my second shot at D.
Okay, go ahead and roll the hit.
And I'm sure I missed, but that's a 12.
Yeah, no, buddy.
Rip. Alright, and then my bonus action is going to be commanding Little Jack. Well, don't just look. Get there and in there and help this stuntman. And then on his turn, he's gonna come on up here and give F a whacking.
Yeah.
17 on die, so that's a 7, 24 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
That is going to be maximum damage for 11.
Jesus. Your little friend, in just like a whirlwind of rage that you wouldn't expect out of such a small package, just Cuisinarts this wolf. And it's just hide and viscera gooping there.
Battle cry. That's my... Yeah, I don't see any reason for Mimi to move, so that's my turn.
Right. The wolves are next, and it looks like there's only 2 of them left. These 2 are mad at Manu. They're gonna swing around and get in his face. And both of them are gonna start attacking with bites him. 16 hit you, Manu?
Nope.
The first one misses.
Total shell.
I'm pretty sure that hits. 18, 19, 20, 21,
Yep.
22.
Yep.
for 5 piercing damage. And that is the only 2 wolves left, so after they make their attacks against Manu, it is Manu's turn.
All right. Since they're the only 2 left, I'll go ahead and I will cast Word of Radiance. So those 2 wolves need to make a Constitution save.
4 and 11.
Okay, well they fail, so they both take a whopping 3 radiant damage.
It's 2d6 now.
Yep, a whopping 3 radiant damage.
Cool.
Just rub it in his face. It's 3D. It's 2d6 now.
That
Yeah,
is
well,
an amount of damage, but these 2 are still looking angry and alive.
To be fair, I said it because it sounded like there was only 1 die. But anyway,
it looks like you got your
Is
damage
there any
rolling
bonus
around.
action or movement, anything else Manu is doing with your turn?
Let's see. No, I'm just gonna stay put.
All right, Tegan is next, and if either of them are alive, Stuntman is after that.
I have a question. If I wanted to do a skill check with animal handling on one of them, would that end up being an action or a bonus action? Or a free action?
Rules as written, I think that's an action, but I'll give it to you as a bonus action, I guess.
Great. My action is going to be to Eldritch Blast E.
Okay.
After I start to move up. Actions. Eldritch Blast. 24 to hit, dealing 3 damage.
3 damage?
Yep.
That was 1 more than you needed. And
Okay.
this one fucking blasted in the face.
And the second one also hits, but only deals 1 damage to the same wolf. Just to make it that much more so when I walk up and try to do an animal handling check on the other one to try to basically assert dominance and, like, I'm your new alpha now.
Stay.
Basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll wisdom for the wolf to contest your animal handling.
My
That's
animal
a natural
handling
4.
and my
5
animal handling was a
for
total of 12.
5 total. Okay, so you beat it. So this wolf is kind of looking really hurt. Exactly 1 hit point, kind of teetering on like 1 hurt, like whatever you call the wrist part of a bipedal animal, kind of like not doing too well, like
Ankle.
frantically looking direction to direction, like, can I run? And you kind of see the wheels of turnings, like, if I run, I'm just as likely to die while
As a
fleeing.
lone wolf in these forests, yeah.
So it kind of tails between its legs, like, kind of crouches down and is like slowly backing away from y'all if you don't stop it.
Yeah, I assert that I am its alpha now, and it's like, and I kind of actually regard to everyone else, like, I think I'm going to try to make this one my new pet.
Lancelot is nervous.
I can of course relate to riding a powerful wild beast.
Yeah, me too.
It is dangerous, Tegan, I'll tell you, but it's worth it. The freedom. The speed.
I'm gonna need you to make a second animal handling check with disadvantage this time if you want to make this a pet.
Also, Tegan, I do have, I can ritual cast Speak with Animals or Beast Sense as well if you need any assistance.
Totally.
Ritual casts would take 10 minutes minimum.
Oh, Beast Sense is a willing beast as well, so maybe that wouldn't work any.
Yeah, I should be able to. Yeah, I can give Tegan guidance, right?
Would you allow that, or are we still in initiative?
I'll say we're out of initiative.
Cool.
Okay.
Take my guidance, homie. What's
So,
that? A skill check? Guidance.
Animal handling, the lower of the two is 8 plus 2 for a total of 10.
16 wisdom here. This thing does not want to be a pet.
I see you've chosen death.
I was about to ask if I could negate the disadvantage if I actually cast Healing Word on it, but I don't think I actually want to waste another first level spell slot on further shenanigans.
That would be a first.
Who seems to have an on and an off switch that is controlled by Strahd to some extent. Like these haunted by wolves ass woods that you get a letter saying, "Oh yeah, come to my place. You won't get fucked with on the road. You do not get fucked with on the road." But as soon as you start going the other way, like a switch got flipped. I don't know if you want that as a pet.
I mean, if
Tegan knows she wanted it. She wanted it enough to try.
I think at this point in time, Tegan is just kind of riding the high on actually having succeeded at a bunch of crap today so far. Like, Tegan at this point
Like,
is just
that really would've been
trying
the
shit
icing on the cake.
just to see how it works. I mean, all the crap with Stuntman Eddie and In the House and all of that working when Tegan has never been that successful at anything before. The first wolf she tries to attack blows the fuck up with a spell that she's never seen do more than tickle people. It's worth a try. Anyway, Tegan's going to use healer kit uses on Manu and Eddie. So
Sweet.
we're level 5, so that's a d6 plus 10 now, is it?
I am going to take this time to use mending on Jack as well.
So Tegan, I
Plus 9.
I always forget if you roll the healing kit or if I do.
I do. I mean, technically, there's no. It doesn't in the rules say who does or doesn't, but I just try to
No, that
do
makes
it so that I have. So Manu gets 12 back, and then Stuntman gets 11 back. I only rolled a 2.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
How long does your healer's kit usage take?
An action.
Just an action. Okay. Well, I spend a minute using mending to heal Jack Jr. 7 out of the 9 points, so he's 2 down. But
Well, if we actually want to take a full minute here, then after I do the healer's kit on those two, I can move over and start casting mending also, and then so like 2 rounds after your mending finish, my mending goes off, and the minimum is 2, so he'd be at full.
cool. That works for me.
Gotta love how there's no actual limit on how many times, just it takes a minute each time.
Yep.
So are you allowing this wolf to just slink off into the woods?
I am. Whether everyone else does or not is up to them.
I'm leaving it up to the people it actually attacked. I.e. Manu and
I mean,
Eddie.
Is it
Yeah,
like
I mean,
really injured or
It's got 1 hit point, doggy. It's whimpering and limpering into the woods.
Whimpering and limpering.
Those
I
are
mean,
words I
if
said.
we're not taming it,
try and throw whoever gets it wins?
I'm kind of like looking over my shoulder, like anyone gonna stop me?
Nope.
nope.
All right, blood, pitchforked.
Dead. Some extra hit points, temporary hit points too, probably.
Well, I can roll again and see if I get more than 4, right? 'Cause then I can't add it, but I can replace it. 3. So no, still at 4 temp.
All right, YouTube. No dogs were harmed in the making of this video.
So, well, I mean, to be fair, when you stab it, you take. Oh wait, no, you don't, you're not using the axe. You're using your trident, so you're not taking damage as you hit. So, what kind of check or skill or whatever else would it take to turn the wolf meat into rations?
Survival?
Oh, I can eat it as is, so we're good there. I also don't need to eat, so we're also good there.
I mean, we haven't had to really use rations and whatnot in here, but I only have.
So did Manu? Did you get your food eating thing sorted out? I forget.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So you do need rations and not just raw wolf meat left out for a couple hours.
I'm going to guidance myself and try to survival it.
Yep.
Total of 16.
Could I possibly aid with that since I'm proficient with survival?
Yeah, you can grant advantage.
Wolf meat.
Where was it? Survive. Punk. So total of 22 instead.
Yeah, I'll say you can get 10 portions of steak off of this thing. Probably want to salt it, throw it in your bag of holding, do something like that, and then obviously cook it firsthand, but 10 portions.
Yep. Okie. I mean, I can be trying to use things like prestidigitation and whatnot to try to chill, warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic feet of non-living material. I'm just going to try and use that to gradually, slow cook it as we move along. Yes, that's just pure shenanigans that I'm pulling out of my ass.
Just trying to turn Barovian wolf into Kobe beef.
Anyway.
So yeah, y'all have made it about 1/3 of the way from Vallaki to Kresk. You have the dress you need in hand to resurrect Rotari. You also have this weird mirror that seems like it might have weaponizable potential that you're very arduously carrying along the way. You're still traveling in the opposite direction of Castle Ravenloft, so you're probably going to need to roll 2 more random encounters before you get to Kresk. But I thought that was probably a good spot to end tonight's episode. I don't even know when the next episode would be. If it was at the regular scheduled time, it would be the 28th. But that's pretty far in the future. I'm pretty sure nobody knows what they're doing now.
I do. I will be out of town, so I'm gonna be in Nebraska. It might.
So
be
the 28th is not good.
It might
so
be
regular
feasible for me
game
to
time is
join,
not
but
good.
probably not.
Yeah, I figure maybe in just a couple weeks I'll touch bases.
Yeah, good way later.
Figure out, do the Bernie Sanders meme again, and once again I'm asking what Saturdays I'll have free next month.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah, good dress heist, y'all.
I played with kids.
Yeah. Jacques spent a good portion of the episode off screen playing with children, which, if you say that in the wrong context, that could be bad, but I'm sure it was fine. Their mom was there.
Steven.
Yeah.
Much of the episode off camera, laying like he wanted to paint him like one French.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I thought I was totally, on camera on that one. Or off camera on that one.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
so-
Unfortunately.
That's fine. I hope you weren't too bored. I'm like, man, Chops is gonna have like nothing to do.
Yeah, it'll be.
I definitely expected myself to be off camera a lot longer than I was.
I was just mostly listening to most of that, but I thought that was totally, camera off for that whole thing. I didn't realize that was even on camera for that.
sure.
We should get you next time. We're at least on the way.
Yeah.
No, I was listening to it, so at the
Next-
very least
next-
I to it on.
Next time, we immediately roll for more wolves.
Right? it is what
A
it is.
fine
Hey,
distraction.
it's
on
Barovia. It happens.
Yeah,
It is nice, even though the like difficulty ramping of this campaign is all the fuck over the place. It is nice to have an encounter where it's like your first day, a few levels lower down in the food chain, you see just a handful of wolves. I think even less wolves than this, and they had one dire wolf too, and they fucked your shit up. And y'all kind of just steamrolled these guys.
Yeah, but to be fair, in that first encounter, the dire wolf was able to, in essence, like one-shot some of us
Yeah.
on its own, and still got the pack tactics thing. These things, way less damage, and actually less to hit, it seemed like, than just the dire wolf on its own did. It was very largely the fact that the dire wolf was there and we couldn't do anything to it because it had all of its friends anyway. That might just be my... Plus, yeah, being 2 or 3 levels lower. Which, being that level 5 is extra attack and 3rd level spell slots, and
Yeah.
makes a big difference.
I choose to take full credit.
That's
So we're like, yay, I helped.
I mean, you took out 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I do hit fairly hard with that crossbow, especially since I can shoot it twice with the repeating. So, I mean, assuming I hit with both, that's 2d8 plus 10, which is a fairly good chunk of damage at this level. plus an additional 1d8 plus 3 from my.
I mean,
My,
honestly, it was because
doppelganger.
it was because everyone else had dealt so much damage already and everything else that I decided to go ahead and just shoot cantrips and whatnot too. Is because normally I'm not even dealing any damage. I'm a support.
Yeah, well, like that's where I was concerned. I thought about just throwing down a bless, and then I was just like, well, let me take out the stragglers in the back, so that we only had to focus on one side, and so that there wasn't a chance of like you and me getting rushed from behind.
Yeah.
So that's why I shot initially, and then when I killed it on my first shot, I was just like, oh, there's no reason to do anything other than just shoot these things.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck, let's just do that.
Yep. And it worked. Worked quite well.
Yeah. I mean, worst comes to worst, even if I did get caught out, I could just Misty Step and be like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
And actually, we can actually look this up.
Or disengage, bonus action.
Welcome to Barovia splash page. Please load. Why are you not loading? Because we can actually, because you have a count on the splash page of what all we've.
What you fought.
Yeah. Or at the very least, a count of what we've killed. It won't let me go into Barovia.
It's not letting me go either.
Just let me in.
It acknowledges that I'm present.
It's not letting me in at all.
No. Campaigns. High fantasy. Okay.
I don't know
Nope.
what this says.
I keep clicking on it and it doesn't do nothing.
Just as a note, the jack on the table plop has the wrong AC set for some reason.
I mean, a lot of Tegan's stats are wrong on the table plop just because it's not been updated as much.
Because it should be a 17 normally AC, and then plus 1 when I have the defender, infusion on my arm, which I'm probably gonna start giving that infusion to Eddie just to bump his AC up a little bit.
Can you give it to Eddie?
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't it have to augment armor?
Yeah, I don't wear armor.
Hashtag just barbarian things. I mean, if this was 3035,
Yeah,
if this
plus,
was 3035, you can treat clothing as armor for characters that don't wear it,
yeah,
but that's not a set rule in 5th edition, and that would be up to Agatha.
yeah. So plus 1
I
bonus
do have a
armor
lot of
class
clothing.
while wearing
Just no.
armor or wielding a shield.
Oh, I have a shield.
Then I
there you
then
go.
I can give it to you.
Yeah, I just started using the shield today. I've had it the whole time. I just haven't been using it.
Yeah, so I can bump your armor class up by plus 1 in the morning by giving you the defense, which I think it'll be much better on you than me, since I stay at ranged anyway.
Okay. Okay, I'm into it.
I mean, to be fair, even giving you the plus 1 armor class, that still has us with the same armor class. That would put us both at 17.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wearing scale and have a plus 2 dex, so.
Are the 6 wolves in the Welcome to Barovia splash page, was that pre, or is that
If it just said 6, that was pre. If it says 13, that's I just edited it.
Okay, so yeah, we had killed 6 of those wolves, but the dire wolf got away, is according to the splash page count. So we actually had the same number of combatants, but because one of them was a dire instead of a regular wolf, and we were 2 levels lower, it fucked us up.
I still can't get into the splash page. I have to just...
What's interesting is I had actually stopped clicking on it, and then suddenly it let me in.
They gave me a couple disconnects tonight too. I think part of it's like the platform is gaining in popularity, so it's getting a lot more use. So every once in a while, like, the server is just fucking crazy. And
Solo, just solo dev things.
Right.
Yeah, there's just one person working on this whole thing too. It's crazy. So yeah, there's things about tabletop that frustrate me a little bit, especially the move players to scene button not working fairly consistently for the last several months, and since I use the public view in the recording, I need that to work in order. But it's one person doing all of this, and it's better than Roll20, it's better than Foundry, it's better than
now.
Virtual Playgrounds or whatever the other ones are.
Oh hey, you added those giant spiders we killed.
Oh yeah, everyone's favorite giant spiders.
Oh.
You guys have killed 3 hags.
Yeah. We did
At the same time.
Oh, it was tough
Well,
too. It was at level 3 or something.
It wasn't
How?
truly the same time, because we had myself, Manu, and a paladin. It was not Jatari, but our previous paladin.
Wait. I wouldn't necessarily say that we were fighting with Manu at the time. I feel like we were fighting against Manu at the time.
Manu did, especially in the first part of the fight, help a lot. And especially what I'm getting at here is we did it because we did a lot of corpse tanking. There was a lot of healing word, there was a lot of lay on hands for 1 HP, there was a lot of me using my healer's kit to automatically pop someone to 1.
Oh, I see.
There was so much. Quite literally, I think if you actually totaled how much time each person spent on the ground in the old bone grinder, we didn't truly fight all 3 at once. We fought 1, and then we backtracked and fought the other 2. We did do them back to back. We didn't rest between them or anything. But
Gotcha.
and during the second part of the encounter, Manu laid down a fog cloud. And that actually seriously, completely kneecapped what they were able to do to us. So they were just doing vicious mockery over and over again. They weren't able to close to us, attack us, or use any of their other crap, in part because we had also killed one of them, who then, so the other 2 couldn't use any coven abilities or anything.
Right.
So, yeah, and again, a lot of corpse tanking. A lot of, I just fucking killed you. A whole party of healers. What are you talking about? And then, of course, we also had Stormy, being the arcane trickster rogue, being able to be a rogue and deal that
True.
D8 plus 2d6 damage consistently. And the paladin, when actually swinging, I don't have spell slots, I have smite slots.
Yeah.
I mean,
How it be.
So being able to corpse tank and Nova damage them. It was not an easy fight, to say the least, but we squeaked it out. And then we saved the kids in the top of the tower.
Oh yeah, we did, and we brought them to
Vallaki's
Vallaki.
orphanage.
Vallaki orphanage. The creepy ass Vallaki orphanage.
To be fair, it was
Where-
only creepy because there was a shadow demon thing possessing it, and we also dealt with that. So
And
Yeah,
is
it's
there anything
not
in
as creepy
Barovia
anymore.
that is truly free of any creep factor?
The Wizard of
Stuntman Eddie.
Wines.
Stuntman Eddie, immediate. Just...
I think Strahd isn't too creepy either. He's got more of a sexy vibe going. With
I think
how
he's the
often
king
he
of-
hits us with the charm thing.
I think he truly is the king of all incels. And that is
He's-
actually like legitimately without the vampirism, without the curse of the land, without everyone calling him the demon, without him trying to just emit the scary vibe and all this shit. The fact that he is the OG incel king automatically makes him the creepiest thing. to play.
He took the red pill and it's a blood capsule.
I mean, tell the lie, right? Where is the lie in these last statements?
Yeah.
Also, yeah, sorry, y'all. There's no lying on this one. I totally passed out on this last second half here. But, yeah.
You missed a random
fair, you
encounter
were
on the
dead.
road.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was
you're
that?
good.
I said you missed a random encounter on the road, so that's.
Oh, okay.
Alright, well, I'm gonna head off because I am starting to get tired.
Oh, the moment that I finally wake up.
Yeah, thanks for playing. Good night.
As always, thanks for the game.
But yeah.
It's wonderful. You're wonderful.
Yes.
Stay beautiful. Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays, everybody. I hope
Yeah.
everybody has
Bye.
a warm and cozy and friendly holiday season. And if you're doing stuff with your family, I hope that doesn't suck.
Today is my first day of winter break, y'all. No work till
Yay.
2023.
Hey,
Holy
yesterday
shit,
was
what
my
a
first day of winter break, so
sweet.
yeah.
It depends what
Now,
you break.
now I have to recover for doing the next 2 weeks of work in the last 2 weeks while also doing the last 2 weeks of regular work. God, brain just gone.
Yeah, no.
At least you had a brain to begin with.
Whatever.
True, it's cold.
I think it's zombie food.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Alright, I'll see you
Zombo
guys later.
chow.
On the zombie food note, I'll see you guys later.
Yum.
I don't know where to go from there.
It's like a mic drop, but it's for the whole conversation.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I'm going to take off too. Have a lovely night, everybody. Thanks for playing. Y'all got the dress. You're on your way to getting Atari back. Chops, I hope you didn't have the most fucking boring D&D game you've ever played. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like towards the beginning or middle of next game that you're gonna be up and walking around and a talk.
Yeah. No worries. Like I said earlier, I accidentally, kind of passed out a little bit with the aid of alcohol on the second half there. But yeah, I kind of just got up to speed with what's going on. But yeah, I just want to make sure that I didn't accidentally mismake you more so anything else. If just in case if something happened, since yeah, I just one moment I was there, the next moment I was not. So sorry I wasn't there for that bit, but don't worry, I'll be there for next week.
Yeah. Like I said, all you really missed was random encounter on the road with wolves.
Oh, okay.
So,
And also, you dead.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I mean. Let's be honest. I've been trying to play it up as Dead Chitari this whole time, anyway. So, and then yeah, alcohol did not help with trying to play as Dead Chitari that long. So yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
See ya.